Chatting with the Dixons. Whoever wants to come in, come in. Whoever want to stay out and spectate the spectators.
I gotta post a link real quick, but I want to show you something real quick.
Okay.
I was comparing prices. I always compare prices to save money, right? So I have to order a couple of things on Amazon. So I went on to Walmart and compared the prices, and they were the same. So, but when I punched in Walmart in the Google, it advertised this. And tell me these don't look like shoes that belong in Lord of the Rings. Look at those.
What the fuck?
Don't they?
Why would you say that?
Those are like Hobbit shoes.
Thank you.
Well, no, what was the ones? The Hardfoots.
Hardfoots.
Oh, yeah, but they don't wear
Hardfoots?
shoes.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Yeah.
Hobbits don't wear shoes.
elves. The elves will wear those.
Yeah, I'm like, oh my God, those look like they belong in Lord of the Rings.
So what does that mean? You like them?
No, I just thought it was hilarious. I was like, that's pretty funny. That's all.
You know what I wondered, Daryl?
Huh? You wonder a lot of things.
I wonder a lot of things, Daryl.
I'm afraid to ask.
I wonder why us as humans, are you ready for this?
No, but you're going to do it anyways.
Why us as humans decide to hang on to the names
Oh, what up, Dallas?
our mother gives us.
Oh,
Not everybody.
no, not everybody.
Okay,
but
but
the majority.
Majority of us. Now, let me ask you this.
I'm sorry, I'm chewing everybody's ear.
Let me ask everyone this. What name would you give yourself
Like once you come to a
once you become an adult and you realize that you have your own personality? This is your lifestyle.
who you are a
This
little
is
bit.
who you are.
You know what's interesting and really funny that you bring that up? You can ask the most perfect person in the chat right now because our daughter Seraphine's in there.
Oh, is she?
So Seraphine, do you like your name that your mother gave you? Or would you have chosen something else?
I'm not saying if you like it or not, but why haven't you changed it once you figured out who you are as a human being?
Because maybe the name suits.
Like the natives, like Native Indians, before white men settled the land, their names were what their characters represent, what their avatar did.
yeah. Somebody stubbed a toe in the river. It was
Stub toe in the river.
yeah.
If somebody ran alongside a bear before they killed it,
It was running with bear.
if someone was caught in the middle of a prairie dancing with a retarded deer, it was called
Special deer.
Probes, you've missed a lot of domestic disputes.
Domestic
You should have been
disputes.
around in the earlier times.
point.
Dallas says, I went by another name for 7 years.
Oh, there
Really?
you go.
What was that?
And then again for about 5 different names. So 5 years he went with one name.
Yeah.
7 years he went with another name.
Okay, most people don't know this, but I'm gonna tell y'all. I do not like the name my mother gave me. Never have, but I still held on to the name. People normally call me Bub, B-U-B. I earned that name in when I was working in the EMS field. Bub.
Bubba.
Alitra goes by many names too.
Damn, what I
Or
mean.
went by many names.
Also, we got aliases in here.
Oh my God. He said he didn't know Alitra's real name for a really long time.
No shit. Dallas, are you doing church on Sunday, bro? I mean, because you know.
Uncle Chrome said, are you talking to my Native American uncle, Two Dog Screwy?
Two dogs screwing.
Yeah. See, Chrome knows.
He gets it.
But serious. How come we don't change our names once we become
Tone
something
Smith
else?
wants to know, Lamont, have you ever gone by Monty?
No, I hate
Well, see,
that. I hate anything that has to do with Lamont.
he's not alone in that. When I take my boys to the barber shop, there's another barber. His name is Lamont, and he does not like his name. And so everybody in the shop calls him Monty.
Does he like Monty?
The guy in the shop? Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, that's what he goes by. He wants to change it. I think he wants to change it to Monty.
Yeah, I don't like it.
He just does not like the pronunciation or how people say his name. He doesn't like it.
But I often ask myself, if you don't like your name, Lamont, what do you
it.
want to be called? Like,
Right.
Uncle Chrome says his younger kid changed their name. Or did you know my younger just legally changed their name?
what?
Oh.
I mean, I think there's something to be identified with when you're young and you have experience and you're learning, and you know, people need to call you something. But at what point do you go, man, this isn't me. The name was fine, but this ain't me.
Well, maybe the names are left like templates, place markers until you become of age and figure out who you are. You want to change it.
Mr.
damn.
Mr. Kent Spong says, you don't like your name? Try mine for a week. Everybody will call you Kent
Okay,
Spong.
but Kent, why did you keep your name? Is it because you wanted to have that for your lineage? Like, you obviously don't have kids, so why keep the name? Why not change it?
Always wanted the first name River. As a kid, I always wanted that.
And why is that?
Because I just thought it suited me. I just thought the name felt good. I liked the rivers, and I liked it. That's what I was.
Just be in the flow state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I was like, since we was like 12, 13.
Shit! You never told me that.
I never told
Kent
you that.
said
No.
he keeps it in respect of his past. And then Dallas said, back in the day, I think it was New York, he said his name was Temper.
Temper?
Uncle Chrome says...
Wait, hey, hang on. Did he have a bad temper or something?
I don't know.
Oh.
Well, I guess he'll answer.
Elaborate, Dollars.
He'll answer now.
There's a link, too. If you guys want to come in, there's a link up top.
Uncle Chrome says, I never like Paul. Boring without any cool nicknames.
Damn. I mean, it's not too late, Chrome. I like Chrome.
Where did Uncle Chrome come
Yeah.
from?
Where did these monikers come from? Clearly, you guys want to be called something else. But this is what I was getting to, bro.
Yes.
Apollo and Apollo.
I knew where this dude was going.
Apollo says, peeps call me Sick Glass.
Sick glass. See, that's
For
dope.
30 years.
For making that glass.
Because you blew,
Yeah.
Blowing that glass like a bad boy.
I mean, everybody got these monikers, right? And it's something that they identify themselves with. Why hold on to these names that just don't suit you?
Except George G's. I think he 100% natural.
Yeah, George was like, I love this shit right here.
Oh, Dallas said it was
Puerto.
it was actually Temper Steel. It was a pun. Temper Steel.
Oh, okay.
Crazy Rabbit says, I need some shades. Damn.
Yeah,
Crazy
you
Rabbit,
do.
you missed a really good popcorn night last night.
Yeah, you did.
There were some
Some new hitters in there, Rabbit.
Yeah.
Woo! There were some new hitters.
man.
Yeah, but how come Ken Spong hasn't changed his name?
Can,
what?
I don't know. Can they legally change their name in the UK?
I don't know.
Oh, that's a good question. Can you change your name in the UK? That is a just question.
But why do you guys have these monikers? Like, what's the trick behind why did you choose Viral Beats? Like, why did you choose the Crazy Rabbit?
Dallas House.
Which is, I mean, I know some of these things are obvious, but some of these things might have some sort of value to them.
Meaning, purpose. And why not go with your chosen name? Like, why
Right.
not Cyrus? Cyrus Beats.
I mean, Ken Spong ain't bad. That's just, I guess it's subjective.
It's now Bent Pong.
Bent Pong.
Indeed.
Bent Pong.
Mine,
I don't know.
At work, my nickname was for years Morris.
Morris.
Yeah,
Why
everybody called me
Morris?
Morris.
Why?
Because
How
I
did
had
that
a
come
Morris
about?
minor.
A Morris Minor.
Yeah. That was that I restored.
Huh.
So everybody used to call me Morris because of that. It doesn't normally take much to get a nickname at work. That's why.
That's true. That's where you find a lot of your nicknames. too,
Yeah.
'cause people like, oh, okay, this guy is definitely a this or that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy Rabbit said Crazy Rabbit was a nickname given to me based on my name when I worked in the ER.
Oh shit, that's crazy. That's an interesting story in
Damn.
itself. But why? Like, how
So
did you
he
how
was-
did you earn that in the ER? Why did they call you Crazy Rabbit?
It's fascinating because he didn't choose it.
Right.
Yes, you can change your name in this country. And
Oh,
we
you
don't
can?
live in caves either.
Oh, okay.
Are you sure?
How do you know, Kent?
Do you guys still have that alarm where you have to go drink tea?
The bells.
Don't
Bells.
go yourself.
Yeah, but Kent, how would you know?
Oh, yeah, but how do you know?
But how do you know,
know?
good sir?
Yeah, I mean, you just don't, do you? So, ding.
Apollo went completely pagan with his name. Apollo was a powerful Greek god, one of the 12 Olympians and the divine patron of prophecy, healing art, culture. He was associated with the bow, music, and divination. Right? Am I saying that right? Divination. And was worshipped. Yeah, he was just like Aphrodite's and all those other.
Dallas said
Mythological.
Dallas said his channel's going to change to a guy called Bunny. So I can make Dallas more what?
Where is he? Oh, the Dallas channel is switching to a guy called Bunny soon, so I can make Dallas more educate.
Educate? What is he saying?
Yeah, that one.
It's a Dallas word.
Dallas trying to be smart in front of us. Crazy Rabbit says an ER doctor said your first name rhymes with crazy, like the Crazy Rabbit. My first name begins with the K, and the rest is his.
I got it now.
Yeah.
Yep. That makes sense.
Damn. So Scruffy said, came to me in a dream, plus my favorite animal because Scruffy is always taken. People
Scruffy Fox.
He got his shit came to him in a dream. Scruffy, what was that dream about? My guy, you got to.
Vicky said,
gotta
is
tell
this
me.
the Mushroom Trip Show? No.
Not yet,
Vicky,
Vicky. It's coming. Believe me, it's coming.
Not yet.
But dang, that's interesting, Scruffy.
So, okay, half God, half beast. How did you come up with your moniker? That's what we're talking about, names. Ken is just Kent Spong.
What did Jules say?
Why, Marilyn? You have to
Edutainment.
put the emphasis on the spong part of it every
Spong.
time. Every time you go,
Because it
Ken,
doesn't sound as cool
Spong.
if you don't. Because, okay, watch.
It doesn't sound cool at all, no matter how you say it.
Kent Spong.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
Oh, wait. Jules said
Right?
he already has a channel.
Yeah.
Come
Okay.
on,
That
buddy.
doesn't sound right.
That
Now,
doesn't
if you
sound right
go
at all.
Kent Spong.
Spong.
Bong.
Yeah, if you say it with emphasis on Ken, it just sounds like
Yeah.
you walked into a fridge.
Yeah, exactly.
Jules says, I have gone by Granny and Shaquan when I was with the WBAU radio, Aunt Kitty when I had my radio show, and Bad Kitty when I was with my band, Year Dog.
Tone Smith said he can't hear Kent Spong in his head without hearing it in the way Marilyn says it.
No, like George says, I mean,
Bong.
that's been done a few times. He goes, and
Oh,
it's
James
literally a case
Bond,
of,
yeah.
you go, the name's.
Yeah, it does. Kent.
Kent Spong.
It's Kent
But
Spong.
people doing that taking the piss out of me at school, and I used to go, that's not really taking the piss out of somebody calling
It
them
sounds pretty
Like,
cool.
yeah.
Yeah.
a well-oiled
exactly.
secret agent, you silly fuckers. What's the matter with you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds cool when you say it that way, too. It's Spong. Kent
Yeah.
Spong.
Spong.
Vicky says
Yosh.
it is a human condition. It was in a Killing Joke song caught between two sides of my nature, half God, half beast.
Oh, that's
Really?
interesting.
And he liked it, so he kept
That's
it.
very poetic, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, it
It
is.
is.
It has so much meaning. That's
Damn.
deep.
Yeah.
Fuck. I don't think I got that deep with Mosey. I just thought it sounded cool, so I started bombing it on fucking walls and trains.
Yeah, he's not lying, folks.
Yeah, Jesus. No rhyme or reason to it.
We've been sponged.
Kent Spong.
Okay, why did viral become viral beats? Scruffy said it's hard to explain. It's like the feeling you get when someone calls your name. You have an instant reaction. It was like that. Damn.
It's like it was made for you.
Right.
Yeah, in a dream, though. That's so profound to have it in a dream.
You got the link, Scruffy. Get your ass in here. I want to talk psilocybin with you.
Scruffy, hop in.
I want to talk different realities. with
Untuck your tail, oh boy, and hop in the chopped.
Oh, Dallas said he's moving the Sunday brunch to another channel called A Guy Called Bunny.
A guy called Bunny. What kind of crazy ass
No,
shit?
but there's something behind that, though, I think he was saying. Maybe I
Yeah, there was.
misheard him, right? But there was something behind Bunny.
Yep. So the Dallas channel.
Oh, Viral said he answered too. We missed it.
Let's see. I'm gonna go back. I got Apollo's.
We got Royd and Chrome.
Yes.
Chrome, if we missed something, can you guys draw our attention to it?
I am doing an album with my real name. Oh, eventually. That's good, Viral.
Is he?
Yeah, that's what he said in the chat.
He says, I have had many pseudonyms. Cybertron, Cyrus the Virus, Professor Virus, Viral, and Mr. Mask, or simply Mask. That was the only one I got rid of.
What about Keith in Watford?
Waterford.
Why would he keep that?
It's Keith and Waterford.
Why would you keep your name, Keith? Knowing damn well you look like Colonel Sanders.
Just like that motherfucker. And I want you to.
So what? He was supposed to be called
chicken.
Uncle Colonel?
He should have been called
Colonel Sanders.
Kentucky Fried Chicken. Shit.
Uncle K.
I'll never not see Keith as Colonel Sanders.
Always.
Nah.
He is the epitome. He
Right.
needs to next time he goes on PSN or whatever, he needs to hold a bucket of chicken. Fried extra crispy.
Or you mean the pub?
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
the pub. Fried extra crispy.
Extra hard. Where there's no chicken left. It's just all
It
crunchiness.
always gets Bicky. Always. He's like, it's not Waterford.
Waterford.
Yes, it is, Bicky.
Watford.
Yes, it is.
All right, Scruffy, no problems. Tell your partner there to, hey, pipe down. I got to get on this podcast. Why don't you just politely shut the fuck up so I can do my thing? I wouldn't say it just like that,
No,
but
I wouldn't say that. Actually, I wouldn't even be thinking that.
smooth it over a little bit, Scruff.
Scruffy, I would just ignore that completely.
Summer of Synth. You know goddamn well you on Monkey Island.
Bringing that
synth
pizza
punk.
and motherfucking donuts over here.
Bicky, it's not.
Why that moniker, Synth Punk?
Yeah, why
Where did
synth
you
punk?
get Synth Punk?
Pull
from?
that out your ass.
How did that happen?
It's Keith and Waterford.
Waterford.
In Wadford.
God.
You know,
Watford.
I just do that just to get a rise out of Bicky, right?
I know you did.
Okay. I love it.
That's crazy. I mean, I often thought about changing my name. I just hate my first name.
Change it. You know you can.
The last name, believe it or not, has no lineage tied to us at all. Zero.
You
Zero.
can legally
Fictitious.
change
It's
your
just
name.
my brother and I who has the last name.
Yeah.
And then now our kids have it, but there's no lineage behind their last
Nope.
name.
It was a made up name by someone who just had to change their name because they did a crime in Chicago and wanted a new alias.
So you see how easy it was to change the last name?
Right.
It's just as easy to change
Did
the
we
first
ever
name.
tell you how we got our last name, Kent?
I think you've told it.
Lamar, go into story time.
Story time, folks. This dates back probably in
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
This dates back allegedly somewhere between 19...
Wait a minute, but that person has passed away, so
It doesn't matter.
it doesn't matter.
Allegedly.
somewhere between 1968 and 1972, a man by the name of Robert Wagner, and not the actor, was going about his way, but probably not leading the best of lives, but a life nonetheless. He got involved with a woman who, in turn, betrayed him because he makes so much money that they formulated a way to set him up, rob him, and try to kill him. So they did not succeed. They robbed him, but they did not succeed by killing him. They injured him pretty well because he was in the hospital thinking on how he was going to get back at said individuals and vowed that if he ever crossed their path again, he would kill the woman, allegedly. So one day he's in his vehicle and he, lo and behold, spots said woman, and he gives the acceleration to the motor vehicle with such thrush and poundage that he completely ran her over, put it in reverse, ran her over, put it in drive, ran her over, and then made his way to a friend's house. There, he spoke to his friend and said, I need to get out of Chicago. I killed the woman. I found her ass, allegedly. I need to move. The friend proposes, go far west, head to California, change your name. He does that, catches a train, goes to California, changes his name to Joe Dixon. Meanwhile, while he's Joe Dixon, he meets a nice woman, our mom, called Michelle Ickelberger.
no,
No, not at the time, right?
not at the time.
Michelle Fisher
Yes.
from the Fisher clan. And then during the time when Joe Dixon now and our mother were together, our mom got pregnant by our biological father.
Toad Smith said, that's La Mom.
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
Lamont.
Lamont.
Lamar.
Fuck
Lamont.
yourself.
Fuck you, Tone.
That's hilarious.
So she
shit.
got pregnant by her biological father, and they had a falling out. So she got together with Joe Dixon. They in turn stayed together for, I don't know, a handful of years until we were born, until we were at least 2 years old. And then they had a falling out, and she went back to our biological father, where we were continued to be raised by them. So that's the lineage of the Dixon. It's just a fictitious. But with that said, Joe Dixon was the man that got my brother. He was this on all aspects and all accounts. Despite what he did in the past, this man saved 2 young, very, 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 very at risk kids in South Central Los Angeles at the height of the 80s lives, because he got us into bird dogs. He got us into hunting, riding horses, dirt bike riding, camping, fishing. He did all of that for us when that was not a thing. It was so far and few between to even have that in the ghetto. You'd be blessed to even think about going camping. So he had imprinted on us at a very, very, very young age. And my brother and I happened to think that was his saving grace. He took a life to save 2. So we would never hold it against him on what he did in the past, because, I mean, look how we turned out now. He made up for it with 2 lives that he saved. May have not been the best to mom, but he, in turn, when our biological father would not claim us, said that that we were not his kids, he stepped up and said, well, I'll take him. And so thus you have it. He would later die at the age, we were 13. He died of cancer. So.
And he was a marvelous contractor.
Yes. He could stucco and plaster a house. He did like all the stars, like Alice from Mel's Diner. If you guys remember that, he would go on and do Bob Dylan's house, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and we would be there with him while he was building these homes. And he was a very, very, very renowned
Reggie
builder.
Jackson, the baseball player.
Yeah, Reggie Jackson, the baseball player.
Who was that dude in the 80s? For those of you who are in the U.S., he was a superhero, but he would always fuck things up, and he couldn't fly right, and
Got the curly hair.
he would always crash, curly blonde hair. He even built that guy's house, and we met him. So many famous people we met.
So for the life he led, he turned out to be a pretty decent dude.
It wasn't until crack.
Yeah, it wasn't until crack cocaine
came
was
out.
introduced and he got hooked on it, and that was a wrap for us. He turned around and sold our dirt bikes for crack, and it was horrible. It was bad.
Yeah, it got really out of control. Then he had a crackhead living with us.
Yeah, messes up a guy's character.
It does. He had everything.
Yeah. He had everything going.
And
for
my
him.
brother and I had a conversation like, what if he kept everything intact? What if he didn't go down that road and stayed professional and stayed true to
Uncle Chrome said William Catt, greatest American hero.
greatest? Yep, that's it. Greatest American hero.
Greatest American. Yep.
But we often thought, like, what if he stayed true to his business and stayed true to his kids and didn't let drugs in his house? Would my brother and I too then be great contractors and take over the business? And the Dixon business was left in our hands, and he showed us everything we needed to know. We were already learning what to do,
Right.
just by watching him do that.
He even gave us the tray, the spackle to put on the actual.
Walls and
Yeah, it was-
I hope everybody noticed that Keith and Waterford changed
his
his
name to a big
picture
That shit's
Kentucky
funny.
Fried
to a
Chicken box.
Kentucky Fried
That shit's
Chicken
funny as hell right
bucket.
there. That shit
right,
is
Keith.
funny as
Embrace it.
I'll tell you what, though. Word of advice. What If is a book you don't want to go to the library to read.
Oh,
Okay.
for real. Yeah.
Yeah, just no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
The
know.
What If book is just full of. Well, it's never what you're going to expect.
Mhm.
No,
We,
So,
you know, and we
And
probably
it's a
wouldn't be
never-ending
here.
book.
It's
Right.
a never-ending
Yeah.
book.
it
Exactly.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We probably wouldn't be here if you think about it.
it's like my
I love
granddad
that.
was he
Keith
did
said
plastering and and worked with cement and roofing and all sorts of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Nan used to say she says half the chimneys in Epsom town centre has got Vic Loves Ida written
No
into
shit.
cement, yeah, where nobody can see it up on the roofs.
Mm-hmm.
He did that on every bloody job he did. And his brother was the one that was murdered by the Crays. His brother. So that side of the family. Yeah,
But I
found his
guess-
head in a suitcase up Thames Estuary. Nice.
Somebody in the chat said it should be Lamar Cornish.
Lamar, you know
That
what?
was Crazy
I ain't,
Rabbit.
I ain't got no problem
Lamont
with that.
Solar 42.
Yeah, and Lamont Solar 42.
I got no
But it's the
problem with
first
that.
name, Crazy Rabbit, not the last name.
Yeah. Yep.
Maybe there is a respect. Maybe there is something to be had on why we don't change our names, Kent. Maybe there's something deeper than
It feels
us
like
wanting
you're
to
affecting
shed
the
it.
lineage, doesn't it?
Right?
It's
But-
like
but-
almost
but
like
what
breaking
lineage?
ties with your past.
But what lineage did we have? It was a fictitious name.
Yeah, true. All right. Yeah, no, true enough. I mean,
It's still part of your
but
history,
just
though.
because, but just because it doesn't go back very far, doesn't mean it doesn't have value.
Oh, I guess that's true too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know?
still part of the history.
There's
I
still
like
some
my first.
significance there.
I like my first name. I don't think I would change it. And it has a great story attached to it, whether it's sad or whatnot. It's still a story behind it. So I think it's cool.
Yeah.
And you can
'Cause, I
break
mean,
it down
Mary,
in so
you
many
come
damn
from where
things.
is it Puerto Rico?
Puerto Rican, Costa Rican.
Right.
My mom's Costa Rican. My dad's Puerto Rican.
But your name's Marilyn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So-
Like that's wild in itself though, right?
Yeah.
Like,
But my mom just became very westernized too. And
Yeah.
so I have one sister's name is Maureen. The other one's Evelyn.
Oh, okay.
And my younger sister's name is Shirley. None of them are Hispanic names.
Not by a long chalk.
Not a one.
That's crazy.
yeah.
I just thought about that.
I think Evelyn goes back to like bloody hell, 13th century Britain
Oh, I'm
yeah.
I'm sure.
sort of thing.
Old-
you know, it's
Old
mad.
names are dying out.
And that's why my name
Yeah.
is spelled with an E and not an I, that's the traditional way of spelling it, because she
Yeah.
combined both of my sister's older names and made Marilyn.
Yeah.
Yeah, names like Betty and stuff like that are just, it's like they're dying out to the wayside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but many names, have, you know, in many cultures have been dying off forever, all the time. You know, just move on to different, you know, certain names fall out of fashion. You know, so if a name's being used a lot, you know, just to be different, you know, parents will name their child something slightly different.
Yeah.
You know, so, and you know, then that goes out of fashion for one reason or another and stuff like that. I mean, there's not many young girls in the UK called Ethel, I would imagine.
Yeah.
You know, or,
I'm sure, like when I Love Lucy came out, there was
Ethel was a popular name.
so many
Right.
Lucy's, like so many you know, daughters that were born with the name Lucy in that era.
yeah, it's like we had a spate of young females being called Kylie because of what's her mush? Oh,
What's her
Kylie, the pop star. You know, you don't need a brilliant reason to give a child a particular name.
Oh,
Yeah.
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 You know, so, and you know, so that is a thing for a while. So, you know, but it's like being called Harry. For a while, being called Harry was like very old fashioned, and now suddenly
Yeah.
it's not again because of various Harrys that have a presence.
Ruined the name Harry.
Or Frank. Frank.
Yeah.
Tom.
But the Native Americans had they were on to something. They were on to the environment, what that person in their tribe's character was, what they did every day. You know, like they were naming them for that, who they were. And it's not to say I want some wild name like that, but I definitely want something that I'm happy with, that, you know,
Well, I
people
mean,
change. People change aspects of their lives every day.
This is crazy. So, the most popular names for the past 100 years in the world, I don't know how the fuck they got this study done. From 1925 to 2024, the most popular male name, James.
James. Mm.
The most popular female name, Mary.
Mary.
Well, it's like a very popular name in Germany that people stopped calling their children after 1945 was Adolf.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Yeah, I wonder
Yeah,
why.
it's sort of like,
Took one person
But-
to fuck that up.
but it's as though you go, oh, but if you name your child Adolf, they might end up being a sort of like a psychopathic fucking lunatic. You know, it's like
Mm-hmm.
the name doesn't define the person.
Right.
Does
Noodles.
it? You know,
It doesn't. But I mean, like I said though, Kent, people change aspects about themselves every day.
oh yeah, of course. I mean, it's like changing your look. You know, based on what you're into. You know, I mean, for a while, when Fiona had a bike, she had a Harley Davidson, and she was a right biker. It was all leather and you know all that cobblers and studs and everything like that.
You have
and
to play
then-
the part.
Yeah, and then she kind of sort of grew out of it, though. Given half a chance, she would buy another Harley Davidson because she's a nutcase like that. And except with her hip, she wouldn't be able to get on the bloody thing now. And you know, and you go through styles, you go through fashions. You know, you explore who you want to be.
Right.
You know, some people
But
just
what's
don't
funny-
because they're fine where they are, or they don't want to, venture too far from what they know.
What's funny with that is going back to what you were saying is at no point in time though do they go and change their name, like
Right.
legally.
Right.
Well, no, mainly because under normal circumstances, I think it's a little bit of a pain in the ass to do.
It is. I mean, it's not like they deter you or detour you from doing it. It's just,
It's a lot of work.
it's a lot of work.
Yeah,
you got
but there's everything
banking
else associated.
statements.
Yeah,
and-
bank
yeah.
statements, driver's license, and blah blah blah, national insurance, and blah blah blah.
Social Security
Everything-
loans
Everything's
and-
got to be now updated, and it's a
Right.
big pain in the ass for you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you think, oh God, do I want to do all that?
I watched what
If you've got a very
Maryland
good
did.
reason, then yeah.
Yeah. I
You know,
watched
if
what
you're on
Maryland
witness
did.
protection or something like that, you go, yeah, change it, go for it.
Yeah.
I'm
when
up
she
for that.
when she married me, I saw what she went through, Kent. I was like, fuck.
Yeah,
It's a process for sure. They don't make it easy.
I think
It's like,
in that
actors
aspect
change their
is-
names, don't they?
Yeah, in that aspect, it's not easy, but like going through the court system to actually get it done, that process is pretty fucking easy.
Yeah, but there's a penny or two attached to that as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it depends on if you want to throw the money at it as well.
I think too, if you change your name, you have to. I think something inside of you changed too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you kind of relinquish that past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's more than just changing that
You don't want to affiliate it with no
that
more. Yeah.
title. I
Yeah.
think it completely means you've changed your entire internal workings, your entire ideation.
There was one girl. Our mom used to teach new nurses, and there was this one particular girl she taught, and she was black, and her mom gave her a name with like, I don't know, fucking 12 syllables. It was like Shanta Antwaniqua something.
Yeah.
And when she got of age, she was like, and she very smart, very bright, got out of nursing school, and she told our mom, she said, Mrs. Bryant, I am going to change my name because how am I ever to get a job with something this ridiculous? And it's not even spelled how you would like spell it. No, her name was LaDasha. Now ask me how the mother spelt it. Or take a guess on how the mother spelt her
I
name.
guess it's not common spelling.
LaDasha. And this is her wacky mother on how she spelt it. Take a guess.
LADASHA.
No.
Yeah.
No. literally the dash, the score, the dash, the symbol.
Oh no.
Yes.
Oh, for
La
fuck's
dash, Yeah.
Really?
And she's like, yeah. And she's like, I'm changing this shit.
Yeah,
I'm never
so-
going to get a job like this.
So it's shit like that. You know, it's
So you got that to contend with, like changing it for the better.
I mean, as soon as you can, I would
Yeah. Hell yeah.
before you start.
but Cressy got a point too. Kanye West to Ye and Prince to Sign. Like something internal and mentally has changed for those people to where they are completely different inside.
Tone
Like,
Smith-
why would Prince use Sign? Go
right,
ahead.
just a symbol.
Right.
Tone Smith said, "I have a teacher friend who had a student named Laha."
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's.
See what I'm saying?
And then I'm Lamont, and I've always hated. To me, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. When I hear the name Lamont, I think it sounds like a ghetto fucking stereotypical
Lawanda and
ghetto
Lakeisha and
fucking
all
black
that, yeah.
guy in the
Yep,
fucking
yep,
ghetto, you know. And it's just not. It's not. Now, I'm not saying my mother made a huge mistake. and
Grandmother.
or grandmother made a huge mistake and she just didn't take in the consideration of who we would be, especially being twins, Lamar and Lamont. It's like it's cute at a young age, but then when you get older, you're like,
Jeez.
fuck this.
Yeah.
So look at Tone Smith, what he just said. Right. Well, actually, hold on. I'll put it up on the screen
Yep.
so you can see it better. So he said, no, it was Ladasha.
Yeah, that's how they spell
It was
that shit.
just spelled LA-HA.
Yep.
God
Yep.
damn.
Laha.
No, but it's supposed.
But it's supposed to be
You're
Ladasha,
supposed to
Kim.
Yeah.
pronounce it
Yep.
Yeah.
like you're supposed to know
Yeah.
that you're supposed to pronounce the goddamn dash.
Fucking ridiculous.
It's like she was being named over the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And,
mean,
and the other
And
end,
then they
people
just spell
put
it-
LA dash.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Chrome
that's
and
so
Manny.
ignorant.
Chrome and Manny. I think it's more. Well, obviously, it's subjective, right? But if you grew up in my shoes, you would have a strong dislike for the name. I get that there are some great people who have that name, and I wish I could hold on to that. Like,
Well, to be honest
Just-
with you, Lloyd, it's your locale as well, because in Europe that wouldn't be considered like that at all.
It's French. Yeah. And
Right.
he has an E at the
I
end
get
of his
it.
name.
which is why it's totally subjective, right? But the life I led and the people I had to encounter growing up,
They weren't that smart.
you know, especially Manny being in LA, he knows those environments. He's seen those areas. That could be a triggering thing for an individual who grew up in there and made it out of there. And now there's this thing that's tied to you that just keeps taking you back to that life, that location, those people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's definitely a trigger for the la for me.
I think Jules was referring to Sanford and Sons, Lamont Landers. Lamont, you big dummy.
Oh yeah. I got that a lot growing up
Yeah,
too.
yep, the Sanford and Son thing.
Lamont, you big dummy. I don't
I
know.
mean-
I just
If I had £1 for every time somebody took the piss out of me because of my name at school,
Yeah.
I could retire. You know, it's
Kent Spong.
there you go.
There you go.
But see, that sounds.
But when Marilyn does
lovely.
it, she
Yeah.
works on its cadence where people are looking
Yeah.
where kids look for something, you know, sort of
Funny.
like, yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
Something to
So-
pick at you.
yeah,
I try to make it sound important and grandeur.
yeah.
Kent Spong.
It sounds
You're
like
looking really
dropped-
bright.
It really sounds like there's
it
a.
sounds like you were just about to say my name and then dropped a fork.
Yeah.
Ken
Spong.
Oh God, the amount of times I used to get that. Oh look, it's Kent's. Yeah. Wow, I've never heard that one before. Kind of thing, you know.
why do you think Prince changed his name to a symbol, a sign?
Yeah, but how would you pronounce that?
I think that's the
They
point.
always call
right?
him the artist formerly known as.
Well, like
That's
that
how they would
comedian
call
here
him.
said about how Michael Jackson changed his name to Pedo.
Damn. No comment here. I was not in the house when it said things were going on, so I cannot comment. But it sure
I've
sounded
always
funny.
thought that was kind of like an innocent thing with him.
Yeah, I thought it was him just wanting to go back to his childhood
So-
and relive it with kids. And
Exactly, but it was seen from the outside as being something a little
right.
bit more sinister than what he actually was
think
doing.
you can't, like, yeah,
So
I'm not going to
Prince-
persecute the guy. We don't even know what
No,
happened.
Right.
no.
Prince
Yeah.
legally changed his name as a publicity stunt. It was a way for him to get out of a bad contract. He couldn't legally record or perform under the name Prince, but he didn't want to lose out on a brand he'd spent decades creating.
Building,
And to be
yeah.
honest, everybody but the media did still just call him Prince.
Oh, Scruffy was saying that. Yeah,
Because of the
fucking
record
A.
label dispute.
Uh-huh.
Jeez,
Wow.
I don't recall that, but I think I vaguely remember something like that.
So
going on.
did Prince's family take all of his royalties? Like, where did his royalties go when he decided he wasn't Prince? Did the record labels keep Prince and then he kept everything after that name? I'm curious.
There must have been one hell of a contract he signed to start with.
Right?
Literally his.
Yeah, Scruffy
His
said depends on who owned the
image,
copyright
yeah.
at that time. Yeah, who owns his masters or who owned the copyright?
Yeah.
Jules said so.
Be so careful what you're fucking signing. You really do.
Yeah, that's why he changed his name.
Oh, okay.
That's just wild.
I mean, how many people out there want to change their names? Like, who wants to do that? Really? I do. But I just don't know what I would want to change it to. I would be in that limbo process and probably ultimately never getting around
The thing
to
is,
changing
you
it.
can change your name. You don't have to do it legally. You can just change your name
And just go by an alias.
and just go by, that alias. Yeah,
yeah.
you know. I mean, you ask everybody around. Oh, from now on, just call me whatever.
Yeah. And then start
And those who
introducing
get it
yourself
will
as
do
such.
that for you.
Yeah.
There may be a couple of times where they accidentally call you Lamont,
Right, because
correct
they're just
themselves,
used to it.
but
Right.
it
yeah.
eventually wears away, and then you can just do that, and it's fine. And then it's as good as changing your name without having to go through the rigmarole that you would have to go through.
Yeah.
Like if you change your name legally, then all the documents relating to your business and your address,
Everything.
your utility bills, everything has to be addressed and changed, and there will be a process, and I guarantee you there will be a fee attached to each fucking one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, you go, right, I'm now called Boris, but I'm broke. You know?
yeah.
So you decide to, if you want to change your name, you change your name, right? Legally stay with that name, because that way you've changed your name and you still haven't pissed on your lineage either.
Steve Elbow says, I am not legally Steve Elbows, which should come as no surprise.
I still like Steve Elbows.
It's funny, I don't know if Chrome knew how close to synchronicity he really is when he said Solar Buddha Dixon. My daughter's name is Solaris, and she's named after one of my favorite movies by George Clooney. That movie's called Solaris. But I've tossed
No,
around
it's a
the name.
remake. It's a Russian movie.
I didn't
Okay, it's
know
a Russian
that.
movie. Sea named Solaris.
Huh.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, Solaris is a remake, mate.
Yeah, that's even more interesting now. And then Buddha, I tossed around the name Buddha.
Remember that one name that you made up a while ago? We just remembered
Oh,
it.
Oh, what was that shit?
It was hilarious. I think because we heard something very similar in the show that we were watching.
Call me.
Yeah, hang on. It was like something wild and crazy, but I like it. Y'all liked it too.
It was hilarious.
Give me a minute to think.
Yeah.
Nubu or some sort
No, it's
of
close.
goddamn-
It was close. It was
was
Anubis.
fucking hilarious.
Call me the Eye of Ra.
I was like, you're crazy. You're crazy if you want us to call you that.
Damn it. It's on the tip of my tongue.
It'll
too.
come to you.
It'll come to me. Yeah. But I do want to change it. I think I will. Cressy said call him Barbara. Or his real name was Barbara. Yeah,
Bullshit.
twat.
Barbara and the Barbarians.
With the barbarians. Go check that movie out if you've never seen it.
Wow.
Oh, geez. The second most popular name in the world is Michael for males,
Michael?
and Patricia for
I can see
females.
that. Yeah, Michael and Patricia.
I always like the name Mark.
Mark
Mark.
Yeah.
Spong.
No, the second name would have to go as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it doesn't
Mark
have a ring to it.
Spong. Nope.
Mark
No.
Regent.
Mark Reed. It's not like a fucking movie theater.
Mark Region.
See,
Yeah,
and this
no.
is the thing. It
Let's go
doesn't
to the
matter what you
Regent.
change your name to.
doesn't.
There's
Yeah.
always a way
Yeah.
of taking the piss out of it.
There it
Always.
is on the marquee at the Regent.
Yeah. Skid mark. Exactly.
Mark
There you go.
Yeah.
Region.
Skid mark.
Skid
I
mark.
know.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't matter what your name is.
Mm-mm. No,
But-
it's Kent Spong.
But I suppose when you think about it, if people take the piss out of your name, it's the weakest form of attack possible,
Oh, yeah.
isn't it? I
Yeah.
mean, it's the equivalent of,
Mhm.
you know, it's just like you just brush that off.
I guess I was fairly lucky because you could, I mean, how can
Oh,
you joke
I
around
remember
with-
it. I remember it.
What?
Oh, it's come back.
I knew he was trying.
Spit it
I
out.
could feel his brain
I was working
Working that shit.
overpowering.
My hamster was running 80 miles an hour.
I
Kent.
felt it. I knew.
Go
you
on. Go on.
I said, from now on, you guys call me Mahmoud.
Oh
Mahmoud.
yes,
Mahmoud.
Call me Mahmoud.
And I said it in this
Mahmoud.
crazy African,
Yeah.
call me Mahmoud, motherfucker.
Mahmoud.
Yes,
Yes.
this is who I am.
I am Mahmoud.
I am Mahmoud.
I mean, it sounds kind of cool.
Yeah.
Goddamn Kenya.
Mahmoud.
Mahmoud.
Mahmoud. Well, I said like that. Mahmoud.
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 There you go.
Mahmoud.
Mahmoud.
Oh,
Mahmoud.
Mahmoud. I mean, that's the sort of thing where you.
yes,
That's the
Yeah.
sort of thing where you're walking in a field and you go, oh, shit, I've just walked in a big pile of Mahmoud.
Exactly.
I've got Mahmoud all over
go
my fucking
steaming
shoes.
ball of
over me. I
Mahmoud.
don't even know how you would
Mahmoud
spell it.
everywhere.
Chrome, how would you spell Mahmoud?
Mahmut, because there is a Turkish DJ and recording producer by the same name.
There you go. There you go. Mahmoud.
And he's
the
into
DJ.
music.
And he's into
It's
music.
into music.
He's a DJ. DJ Mahmoud.
It actually does have a meaning. Mahmut means in Turkish from an Arabic Mahmud, praiseworthy and commendable.
Damn, why would I thought I was coming up with something like off the fucking fly.
Well,
You
Nah.
must have heard it or
you
something
had
like
to
a
have
past life or in your
subconsciously, yeah.
dream. Or,
No, I literally thought I came up. Okay, I mean,
No,
that's
like,
fair.
you
That's
know,
fair.
yeah.
Maybe I heard it, but I was like, I'm just going to come up with something. In my mind, I said something wild and outrageous.
Not so
Mahmoud.
wild, huh?
There's a place in America. This come up a couple of weeks ago. There's a place in America, and it's where a particular ship landed. This is well after the Mayflower, and the ship had landed in the U.S. and they were met by the Indians, and they said, try to, give the impression that they were talking to them of these local Indians at the time, and they said, "What do you call this land?" And they said something, and they went, "Oh, well, that's what we'll call this place." But in their language, what the Indians actually says was, "We don't know what you're saying." So there's
God
a place
damn.
called "We don't know what you're saying."
Know what you're saying?
know what you're saying.
The
Don't know
fuck
what
are
you're
you
saying.
talking about?
What a weird name for a place.
Don't know what you're saying.
But
Huh?
damn, I tell you what.
It's a lot better than, huh?
Huh?
Imagine if they went, huh?
Fucking
And then
what,
the name
mate?
of that place is,
Yeah, but it was the Indian equivalent of like, you're talking out your ass, aren't you?
For real.
Damn.
yeah. So I'm trying to remember the name of the place. I've heard of the place before.
It's
It's
called.
not like it's a. It's not like it's one of those little backwaters in America. It's actually quite a prominent place, and I cannot remember for the love of me what the place is.
Captain Monkey Munga.
Interesting. I wonder where it is. Do
Well,
you know
be on
what?
the coast. We know that.
You don't see many people named Jesus Christ going around, do you?
Well,
There's a lot of people called
Jesus, there's a
Jesus
lot.
in South America.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
Jesus.
Jesus.
That's a popular
Yeah.
first name. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus, but they say it like Jesus. No one says the man from Nazareth. Jesus.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
You know, no one says, what was this? Yeshua,
Yeshua.
which is a pretty solid fucking name. Yeshua
Yeah.
sounds nice.
But I threw that around, Buddha
Christ
Dixon.
was not his surname.
Yeah. Right. I know. I'm just saying. It's
And you
just,
go, who?
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 our Lord Christ.
How you like
Imagine
that,
if you
Buddha?
called your child God.
I like God
I
too.
mean, we call our
Oh,
dog.
there's-
You just spell
G-A-W-D.
dog backwards. It's God.
Isn't one of the? Oh my God! One of these crazy rappers, didn't they name one of their kids Lord or something like that?
Really?
Let me look it up.
I like Buddha. Buddha Dixon sounds amazing.
Mahmoud.
Buddha Dixon sounds good.
Mahmoud.
It sounds like
No.
a sexual act.
Mahmoud.
Buddha Dixon.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get you a Buddha Dixon your
I'm
ass.
going to boot you,
It
Dixon.
sounds like a sushi roll.
Yeah.
A Buddha Dixon roll.
Whoa.
Damn. Doesn't it?
Oh, I wouldn't
I like
stick it there,
sushi.
boy.
It does.
Yeah.
It does sound like a.
Buddha Dixon, whose mouth?
Yeah. Yeah. That went sexual
Gonna
real
suck the
quick.
Buddha out of that, Dixon.
Yeah.
Man.
Some spiritual dick right
All
there.
right.
God damn, Kent, that was creepy.
I know.
All kind of revelations coming out of that man dick.
I know. I just can't help it myself sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know. I think whatever I come up with, I'll start the show one day and I'll say it. I'll just say, hey, from now on, everyone, this is my new real name. This is me. This is the name that best represents me. I think when we were born, our name should have been placeholders. And then, like when you
You'd like
turn
that, huh? Yeah.
when you turn 25 years
Templates.
old,
Yes.
I
the
don't
country
know.
says, "Okay, now who do you want to be?" We can still tie you to your lineage, but who do
I
you
don't
want
think
to
it's
be?
a good idea to have a name that represents who you are.
Why is that? Why is that?
I don't think that's a good idea at all.
Why not?
Well, because, like, I was pissed off with my name, Kent. Now it has many meanings. I looked it up. At one point it meant chief.
Mhm.
And then it meant, I think before that it meant something else. But you go chief. You go, oh, okay, yeah, all right. But I'm not a chief. I'm not a leader at all.
That's why you changed your name.
Yeah, but the weird thing is, as much as I didn't like being called Kent, when people called me Ken, I go, no, it's Kent. There's a T on the end of it. And I'd correct them. So,
Yeah, it's almost like offensive. Like, call me by my fucking name. Don't change it,
yeah,
or don't ad lib with my name.
yeah. So many people have thought, you go, oh, there's a T on the end. I went, yeah. Oh, I thought your name's Ken. I went, oh, it's not. No, because Ken is a very normal, relatively popular name, although it's an abbreviation, Kenneth. And you can't call people out. I mean, I'm all right about it, but I found myself correcting them, saying, no, it's actually Kent.
Yeah.
I go, well, if I was so... This is where the revelation came from. I go, well, if I was so pissed off about being called Ken, why am I correcting people?
Correcting it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I happen to believe that Seraphine likes her name, only because she does get very upset when people either pronounce it incorrectly or just say Sarah. When she was in either kindergarten or first grade.
Oh, I remember this story.
The teacher kept calling Sarah, and Seraphine wouldn't say anything. And I think it went on for like 2 or 3 days. And I got a phone call. Your daughter's been missing school. I'm like, no, she hasn't. She's been there every day. Well, the teacher says during a roll call, she hasn't said that she was present. And so I asked her, and she goes, well, she didn't call my name. I go, well, Seraphine, she says she was calling your name. She goes, no, she said Sarah. And Sarah isn't my name.
Yeah.
So
She's got a fucking point.
She wouldn't say president.
Seraphine sounds like a really great name.
Yeah.
Right? But again, if there was, at school, if there was a kid that wanted to twist a knife, you can say, oh, she sounds like a toilet cleaner. Mm-hmm. Doesn't it? It sounds like a disinfectant, Seraphine.
Right.
Doesn't it? So, and it doesn't matter what your fucking name is. People will find some way of going.
When they really want to, yeah. When they really want to be mean.
Yeah.
We had a kid at school, honest to God. His name was Schmidt, because he was German descendant. His family came from Germany. And they called him Douglas. And of course, the abbreviation of Douglas is Doug. So his name was Doug Schmidt. Exactly. and so, in the playground, people used to bark at him and stuff like that. Oi,
That's
Doug
crazy.
Schmidt. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it never
That's
crossed the parents' mind. And the reason was they were German. So it'd be...
So that name that I thought somebody named their kid Lord was not Lord, but it was Psalm. Psalm, and it was Kim and Kanye named their son Psalm.
Psalm?
Yeah.
Hell.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that has a degree of... what's the point? What's the word?
Well, it don't have to make sense to us.
Hoity-toityness about it. It's
Right.
all sort of like, yeah. We were, all my children got sort of like weird fucking special names.
Tone
Yeah.
Smith's friend named her 2 daughters Lefty and Goldie Bear.
Are you
He's lying.
serious?
No, he's not lying.
Tone, you are trolling. Stop trolling us, Tone.
She said, yeah, man. I don't know, but they were
What?
coolest. They was some cool ass kids though.
Did you
Je-
see what Jules said about her name?
You said, I swear, bro.
Yeah.
You said, I swear on that shit. Lefty
Damn.
and Goldie Bear were their names.
Damn.
Jessica Simpson named her, is it daughter? Her third daughter, Birdie May.
Oh, God damn.
What? Say it again.
Birdie May.
Birdie
See,
mate.
I
Birdie
think,
May.
I think these people forget that these kids are going to grow up and have a life.
And they have to have a functional
name.
Yeah. Oh no, Tone Smith says he swears.
Yeah.
Yeah. Christina Aguilera named her kid Summer Rain.
People just get fucking creative because
Read what Jules said, because that's
So
such a
people end up
typical
calling her
thing.
Summer?
That's a very typical thing.
Because Summer's actually a nice name.
Summer, isn't it? We have some
cousins named
twins.
Sky and
Yeah.
Summer.
Twins in the family.
There is a small mention of my name in some text or other. My father wanted a nice Irish Catholic name for me, like Mary Ellen or Rosemary or Catherine.
And that's what happens. A lot of time, people start finding what's personal to
To
them.
them and not for the individual.
Yeah.
That's why.
Imagine
that's
calling
why
a kid Sniper.
Oh
now,
my
see in America,
God.
that kind of
Oh,
fucking
I'm-
name
I'm
will
sure
get
there
mad
is.
play. That dude will get a lot of pussy.
And then the dad goes into the park shouting for the kids to come in.
Sniper!
And everybody leaping on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, here in
And
the
hiding
States,
behind trees.
that name
Fucking-
out here in Indiana, Kent, that'll get you so much yellow twang.
Kate Winslet and her husband named, get this, yelling out for this kid's name, Bear Blaze.
Bear Blaze.
Blaze.
Don't go camping with this kid.
Bear Blaze.
What happened? Why did they call him?
Who the fuck knows? It said inspired Kate Winslet's 2 older kids Mia and Joe inspired her third child's fierce name. The actress revealed the whole pregnancy is about where are we what are we going to call the baby? So it was really lovely. Actually, they were very much included, and we settled on Bear quite early. A friend of mine when I was younger was nicknamed Bear, and I just had always really loved it. Really, Bear.
That's like a
That's
nickname
but
for
that's
a
an
baby.
Indian though. Like that's
Yeah,
what
that's
Indians
natives.
use.
Yeah,
They use that type of
Bear
yeah.
Blaze.
running
It
water.
sounds like one of those old 70s spy films. Actually, sort of like Bear Blaze,
Yeah.
a man on a mission in cinemas this summer.
Bear Blade.
Manny says, yet people stay away from the name dependent and deduction. Go figure.
Yeah, go figure.
Right?
Damn, Manny hitting it hard with the low key down
Tone Smith.
subliminal ass.
Tone Smith says, the amount of kids I've met named Hunter
Or
or
Gunner.
Gunner.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, that's a Texas fucking
Yeah.
backwoods shit.
Gunner, Supper.
Sniper. Leave your sister alone, goddammit.
Oh my God. YouTuber Trisha Paytas. I don't know who the fuck this is, but she said, welcomed her first child with husband Moses Hakmoon or something like that. They named their lovely daughter Malibu Barbie Paytas Hakmoon.
Okay, that's
too much.
how far do you take
Malibu Barbie Paytas
Malibu
Yes.
Fucking hell. When the kids
Malibu
find out what her
Barbie.
name is, Jesus
Right?
Christ.
Why you set your own kids up like that? Now that's the ultimate troll right there.
Damn. And they got to
Malibu
live up to
Barbie.
They
that kind of a
got to
fucking
live
name?
with that name,
It's like calling
Malibu.
a kid Action Man.
Malibu
Yeah.
Barbie. What else?
Barbie Paytas Hakmoon.
Who named that kid that?
Some fucking YouTuber named Trisha Paytas.
Oh my!
That's
God.
cold-blooded right there.
And this
I mean,
girl-
but we look, and here we are judging people like it.
Chrome said better than Sunset, Barbie.
We can't.
very true.
We cannot judge people like.
Yeah,
why,
we
why
do.
Are
We
we
do it
doing
all the
this?
time because we all
Why
got
are we
fucking
doing
opinions.
this? We're not.
That's why.
We're not. Yeah, it's an opinion, but
It's
Yeah,
our
but
opinion.
Life is.
all right.
Yeah.
I just want to stay balanced. Like I don't want to fall down this
Well,
dark hole.
we're
where
not saying it in
we're
the
just shunning
condescending
people.
condescending nature. We're not saying
Right.
like go fuck
We're
themselves.
just
in their
giving
life.
our opinions.
Just our opinion,
Okay.
man.
Okay.
I'm
Noted.
not judging anybody for
Noted.
their
Get
glasses.
over
I went a little
yourself.
deep there. I'm
You got
sorry.
too far
Look,
with that shit.
look,
Huh?
Mahmoud.
Yes.
Yeah, knock
w-
that shit off.
A little deep. I'm sorry.
Gravity Blue is another one.
Gravity Blue. That's not bad.
That
Actually,
one's
That's
not bad at all.
interesting.
that's
That one's
very interesting.
Uh-huh.
That is interesting.
like that one.
that one. Yeah.
This one, I don't know why they consider this one a crazy name. Sienna, well, I guess princess at the end. Sienna Princess. I would have done without the princess part. Sienna's pretty good.
Jewel over there got me dying. Dependent Jones.
I like that one.
You don't see a woman talking about independent
Jones.
independent fucking Smith.
I know a Grace Jones, but
This actress named her son, Audio Science.
audio science.
Yep. Audio, dear. What are you doing?
Sorry,
Manny
mother, I
says-
can't hear you.
Yeah. Manny says all sound like names out of a Philomenia Kunk universe.
No, Philomena Kunk. She's a comedian here.
Philomena Kunk.
Okay.
Kunk. Cunt.
Kunk.
Kunk.
Damn, who does that to somebody? That's fucked up. Okay, this
Jupiter-
is just my opinion.
Jupiter Iris is another one.
Jupiter Iris is
That's
badass.
a dope ass fucking name. That sounds fucking
That one's
legit.
pretty cool.
Jupiter Iris.
You know why? Because there's the eye on Jupiter, that forever storm.
Oh yeah.
So Jupiter
Which
Iris.
they
They say it's getting smaller.
yeah,
right?
it's diminishing. So what the fuck's gonna happen when that diminishes?
That's
Apollo,
just a storm.
Apollo, when you come back and say shit like, I'm back, I had to take care of some business, that just tells me you put a motherfucker in your trunk.
And then right after she's funny. Well,
Yeah.
wait,
I had to take care of some business. She's funny.
Yeah, she funny.
huh?
That's totally out of context. But he's talking about Kunk, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Kunk.
Tony Braxton named her kid Denim Cole.
Denim Cole.
Cole, I can respect. The denim part,
I mean, that's
not for
that's,
me.
that's pretty cool. I think denim is cool.
That's not a bad name at all.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes it easy for the kids at school, but it's still a good sounding name.
Yeah, Levi
makes
is Levi's a strong name out here too.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Amazoni.
Amazoni.
Okay.
Amazoni.
There we
Somebody
go.
named their kid Amazoni.
That must be a mix, baby.
It is actually.
See? Mm-hmm. There we go.
French model.
When she pees, she's got the longest river going.
She got that killer Manjari pussy.
Banks Violet.
I don't know. Can't go with me. Shit.
Not even on the same continent. Fuck
I know, but go with me.
Banks Violet.
Okay. But how do you know?
Wait. I don't know. That's why I said it, motherfucker.
Do you
Yeah,
know?
how do you know?
What did you say now?
Banks Violet.
Banks Violet.
Oh, that's me. I wonder what it was. I was wondering what fucking hell that was.
Kent's droning with his toes.
I'm drawing with my calf.
His gastroc muscle.
Yes.
Oh, and
Slap
what's
my
their
dick on the keyboard.
what's their faces
Kids wish.
hiding right now because of the whole Diddy thing?
Ooh.
Oh gosh, Beyonce and what's the other guy's name? What's his
Fucking
Jay-Z.
Jay-Z? Remember they named their daughter Blue Ivy.
Yeah.
Oh,
boy.
yeah.
Jack.
I always
come
thought
here, say
Beyonce
Jack
was a
Quilly.
weird name.
Yeah, Beyonce.
Jack-
I mean, the
said
first time I
Jaquilla.
heard it.
Jaquilla?
Jaquilla.
Beyonce.
Oh,
Jaquilla. Jacqueline. Balake.
Balake.
D
And then,
nice.
and then people with like those crazy, outrageous names, right, get super pissy when you mispronounce it the first fucking time. How the fuck am I supposed to know how to pronounce your name? Don't get pissy at me.
Right.
yeah.
If you want it pronounced properly, in parentheses, put how to fucking pronounce it.
Yeah.
Break that shit down.
Like a dictionary would do.
Like a dictionary
shit is
does.
Break it out in syllables.
Exactement.
And then have
Exactement.
and then have an automated
Mais oui,
button that
monsieur.
says it.
So you can hear it. So you can hear how
Let AI say your
Yeah,
name.
yeah.
and
Let
shit.
AI say your name and shit.
Sparrow.
Oshag Hennessy.
I like Sparrow.
That's kind of.
Oshag Hennessy.
Oh, Seraphine had a friend in California. I think you and I met her, babe. Her name was Hennessy.
And Alizé.
And Alizé, sorry.
Alizé.
It was Alizé.
That's
And we asked her, how did your mom come up with that name? She goes, literally the drink.
because I like Alizé.
She loved it so much, she named her daughter
That's
Alizé.
the biggest ghetto drink a ghetto person
Could ever drink.
Ever.
Well, look on the bright side. She wasn't a fan of Horlicks.
Shit.
Alizé. I mean, it's kind of a cool name if you think about it. Like, it sounds really cool.
Yeah.
If you don't know what's an alcohol beverage, Alizé sounds pretty cool.
Tracker Jack, Tracker Tom. How did you come up with the moniker Tracker Jack?
It sounds very Australian.
Dr. Synth, I get, right?
Because he's
He's a goddamn dentist.
yeah.
He's a doctor.
And he's a doctor of them synthesizers.
And he's a sound designer. I get Dr. Synth. I mean, that's pretty.
Gwen Stefani named her second child with her ex, Zuma Nesta.
Zuma Nesta. That should sound like a sleeping medication.
Right.
Yeah, doesn't it?
If you cannot sleep, take Zuma Nesta.
Side effects may include
Yeah.
losing an eyeball.
Or an alien race in Star Trek or something.
Yeah. Zuma Nesta clan
We are the Zumanista.
from the planet Zuma.
Yes, you will come with us.
We will
Zuma
probe you with
Nesta.
our fingers and our tongues to feel and taste where you are coming from. Nanu, nanu.
We hear with our testicles.
We here with our nods.
We taste our coffee with our balls first.
And we smoke our cigarettes through our anuses.
Uncle Crumb said, Zoom, zoom, zoomanesta. That's a theme song. Zoom, zoom, zoom.
Zubanesta.
Zoomanesta.
Anytime I see Tracker Jack, is it me or do you instantly think of a lumberjack selling beef jerky?
Yes.
Yeah, Tracker Jack.
Yeah.
No, when I see
Especially-
Cracker
beef
Jack,
jerky.
I think
especially
of
with that moniker.
Cracker Jack.
Cracker Jack.
Cracker Jack?
Yeah,
oh,
which
Cracker
was a
Jacks too. Yeah.
which was a kids show here
Oh, really?
1,000 years ago.
Here,
It's the popcorn and
it's
peanuts.
Caramel
yeah.
popcorn,
Yeah.
and it
Yeah.
came with a prize in the box.
But now the prizes suck
yeah.
because kids were
Yeah.
choking on the prizes. That were
Weren't they tattoos for a little bit? At
It
first?
did, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You got some really dumb
changed it.
kids over there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Taking
for
on the
reals.
prizes.
Yeah, yeah.
For
Because
reals.
everything went in their mouth. They figured, oh, it must be the candy then.
Let's just eat it all.
Jesus.
Let's,
You know.
Yeah, because
Tracker.
I think it was because of America. We had a problem here with I think it was Kinder eggs.
Yes,
Yeah, you're welcome.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you go, oh yeah, well, the American kids kept choking on the toy. And I went,
On the toy.
what the fuck?
Yeah.
You're welcome.
So you guys you had to get rid of your toy or something like that, or
Yeah, they had
I
to
forgot
change
what it
or
was.
something. Or
Yeah, that-
and things got banned and stuff like that. Because
yeah.
Oh, Chrome got it. Tracker Jack sounds like something that would be sold at Bass Pro.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. You track bass with that bad
Yeah.
boy. Put it on your
Absolutely.
boat.
The new Tracker Jack 5000.
Bassmaster.
This one is going to be very interesting to pronounce. So Uma Thurman,
Oh, here we
I
go.
love that name. Uma
Yeah.
Thurman is
yeah.
beautiful.
her and her husband, now ex-husband, named their daughter Rosalind Arusha Arakadina Altaluna Florence Thurman Bouchon.
Fucking A.
That's fucked up. In my mind, in my opinion, you guys, I'm just giving my opinion. I'm not judging anyone. But that's fucked up.
That's fucked up.
it sounds like somebody being pushed down the stairs.
Right?
Wow. Rosalind Arasha Akadina Altaluna Florence Thurman
then-
Bouchon.
Hit the floor.
Yeah.
Busha.
Bouchon.
Busha.
Splat.
Oh, I feel sorry for the vicar when she gets married.
Oh,
Do you, the one in white,
Solemnly
do you take
swear.
for real.
Caesar?
Oh,
I ain't fucking saying that.
man. Holy moly, that's a name.
Right?
Yeah.
Jeez. Okay, she has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 names before she gets to her surname, which is hyphenated with Thurman and Bouchon. Thurman for her and Bouchon for the dad.
Jesus Christ.
Fucking hell.
The fuck?
Yeah.
When you got to use the entire keyboard for your name, that's fucked up.
Yeah, when you got every fucking letter in the alphabet.
Yeah.
And exclamation points and question marks and parentheses and shit.
Yeah.
Well, names are funny.
First
They're
lesson
just-
when you go to infant school, isn't it? You go, right now, write out your name.
Right.
Miss, I'd rather not.
No, thank you.
It's like my middle name's Lydon.
Spell
I
it.
like
Spell it.
Lydon.
Lydon. Lydon.
I like that.
Leiden. That's nice. It's better than having a middle name like Caucus.
Kent Lydon Spong.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Caucus.
It sounds like you're trying to
Sounds
get
very-
into a rubber suit.
It sounds very powerful.
It's
Very
weird
powerful.
name. Weird name.
Caucus.
Story Gray
The story Gray's not bad.
is
I like that.
Derek Jeter's daughter.
Baseball player, yeah.
Story.
Story.
Apple. Do you remember Apple? Gwyneth Paltrow and her husband
Oh,
named their kid
yeah.
Apple.
Yeah.
From Coldplay. What's his name? Chris
Apple.
Martin?
Chris Martin, yeah.
Tracker Jack said it's open for interpretation. It can mean whatever you want it to mean. Well, that's not fun, Tracker.
That shit sounds like fucking laziness to me, Tracker. What does it mean to you, you son of a bitch? Don't be so vague. I'll come out there to Switzerland and grab you right by the fucking balls,
Did you
sir.
see what Jewel just said?
Oh no.
That's some bullshit right there.
I knew twins' name Orange Jello and lemon Jello. No lie.
Lie.
I
But
believe it.
But you know what? His favorite color is orange, and mine is yellow.
Trip out on
Trip
that
out
shit.
on that shit. On some bullshit.
Wow.
I believe that though.
Tracker said
Laziness is on point. I knew you, my boy. I knew, Tracker, you was half black, you son of a bitch.
Well, technically speaking, we all are, aren't we?
Technically, we all come from
one.
some motherland.
What-
some
yeah.
Pangea.
What was the Pangea? Was that supercontinent, right?
Cricket Pearl is another name.
That's not bad. It's not like a Southern Alabama name,
Cricket, for one, is an insect and a game.
right?
Huh.
Pearl.
Just call me Pearl.
Give me the reverb.
Ay, Dios mío, espérate. Un momento, señor.
Uno momento.
Okay, ready? Listo.
Tracker redacted black legs from the waist down.
Splat.
Spong.
God damn it.
Where is Black Jesus anyway? haven't
I
seen
know.
him
I
doing
just thought about him.
He's on vacay.
He's
He's
on
on
vacay.
holiday.
That's right.
it. Oh, he's on holiday. Is
He's
he?
on
He's on
holiday.
holiday.
He's king. Oi,
We call it
oi,
vacation here. You guys call it a holiday.
oi.
Yeah, because, letters cost money,
Holiday.
mate.
Yeah, it's not the same. Tracker says. Tommy Boy says it ain't the same the way Black Jesus does it.
No.
Otter. Somebody named their kid Otter.
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 Really?
For fuck's sake. For fuck's sake.
We couldn't get much otter in here tonight.
You name your kid fucking Otter? Ding. For fuck's sake.
Fuchsia Catherine.
Fuchsia.
I like fuchsia.
Fuchsia.
That's a color.
Fuchsia. Whoa, wanka.
Fuchsia
I think
catheter.
Most flowers have been used as girls' names, haven't they?
Mm-hmm.
Rose.
A petal blossom rainbow.
A petal blossom rainbow.
Okay, that's ridiculous.
Petal blossom rainbow.
If there was let's just say if there was if there was an event the government put on, they did it once every 10 years. They say, today, this happens once every 10 years. You can legally change your name just by filling out one form and we'll do the rest for you.
For free?
How many people would do it?
Oh my God.
I think a lot of people
A
would do it.
lot. I think a
Especially
lot.
people who have done criminal activities allegedly and are trying to get away with it.
Or who just
Which is why it
but
will
that
never
changed.
happen.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you still have a social security number. I mean, come on.
Well,
let's be
no.
real.
Your social security number is going to... That social security number?
That's associated
It's
to a
gonna be
different
a-
person that you are not anymore.
That
It has
that
to,
number is going to be
everything
a
has to change.
Oh, they changed that too?
Everything.
Of course they do.
I didn't know that.
It's attached to a
Everything, if you
name.
Well, I'll be a
legally-
monkey's uncle.
Everything you would have to redo everything.
Jeez, oh, Pete.
Driver's license, utility bills, you name it. Freaking all the
So
way down
you'll
to
get
your,
a new social security card with your name change. The number stays the same, but the name on the card has to change.
Oh, I thought the number changed.
No.
So what if we
No.
didn't have names?
I
then?
mean,
What
if
if they just called us by our social security numbers?
Well, are you
Oh,
thinking of
shit.
completely changing your name, like period? That's it. You would never go back to Lamont at all. Well, if that's what you want to do, you're going to lose your Spitfire libraries, aren't you?
Damn.
He's like,
Until
never
you
mind,
can
I like
send
Lamont.
I like Lamont. Lamont's fine,
Lamont's
Ken.
good.
Lamont is
I mean, what are we
fine.
doing
Lamont's
here?
good.
Fine.
Nah, that's good.
We
you
could
would have
call
to send them the
ourselves-
certificates to prove
That you,
that,
oh
that
yeah, and
you
and
were
all-
and you are become. It's going to be one long,
Yeah.
fucking pain in the ass for you for the next what do you reckon, Mel? 5, 6 years?
probably.
You'll be constantly going, oh shit,
Changing.
I can't use this anymore. I have to change this as well, and that's all
Yeah.
you'll be doing, right down to your washing machine fucking warranty.
We could call ourselves at a number 67-3459.
Had too many hackers out there. You know what name I did like? And it was in that was it the Hobbits. I forgot what TV show you had me with the Hartfoots.
Oh, the heart.
Poppy.
Yeah.
Poppy.
Oh, Poppy is a good one.
Poppy's really nice.
Yeah.
There's
What was that
see,
called?
another flower name.
Something of the rings. The
Rings of Power.
Rings of Power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this
Poppy
chef,
Hartfoot.
Chef Jamie Oliver and his wife, Joel's, have named their kids. One is Petal Blossom Rainbow.
Mm-hmm.
The other one's Poppy Honey Rosie. And the other one is Daisy Boo Pamela. Oh, shit, they have more kids. The other one is Buddy Bear. And then then the other one is River Rocket Blue Dallas.
River Rocket Blue Dallas. That sounds like River Bottom Nightmare Bad.
It sounds like a band name.
Right.
River Rocket Blue Dallas. They all sound like band names.
Yeah, names are funny.
Nobody's sewing in names on anything.
How
with
come
those
nobody's
people.
using names like Vallis Marineris or
Puma Punku.
Yeah, Philip Mountbatten. Yeah, it was Prince Philip.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Of the Mountbatten family.
Huh.
Yeah.
Pilot Inspector. Pilot Inspector.
That's a name?
Actor James Lee and former partner Beth Ricecraft named their son Pilot Inspector, and they spelled inspector with a K.
Oh, right. Also, nobody would confuse it then.
Right.
Oh, my God.
Paulo said, look at Frank Zappa's
Kids.
He had a kid called Moon Unit, didn't he?
Are you serious?
Moon Unit.
Moon Unit.
Moon Unit, yeah.
Vallis Marineris. Whatever happened to names like that, like Maximus Aurelius?
Moon Zappa, Ahmet Zappa, Diva Zappa, the Weasel
The Weasel.
Zappa.
The Weasel Zappa.
Wow.
Or Dweezil.
Dweezil.
Tracker said
Weasel.
Ford Perfect.
Ford Perfect.
No, Ford Prefect.
Oh, it is Prefect. I gotta put my. I'm so far away.
Prefect.
That's what I get for copying your bitch ass.
I'll just breeze through it.
That's from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But it's also a car.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The character named himself after a car.
I wouldn't be mind having a name Shelby or Eleanor.
Yeah?
Shelby ain't bad.
Shelby is a badass vehicle, I tell you that.
Eleanor is definitely a very feminine name, though.
Ooh.
Right, Eleanor.
Yeah, but the
Yeah,
way
That's
I'm
a
thinking about
timeless
it,
name. It's timeless.
woo, that fucking car, I tell you what.
67.
If I had the money,
67 Mustang.
67 Mustang, hello.
fastback.
Yeah. They're about,
We wouldn't fit in it, though, bruh. Believe me, I sat in a shell.
Bronx.
In Washington, this dude had a shell that
There's one
Marilyn
here
and I
for
was going to
about
buy.
90, I think it was about 97,000. So that's, what, about $160,000?
The wife and I had a chance to buy a shell in Washington. You remember this?
Mhm, yeah.
For $2,000. It was a little bit rusty, but
I blame John Wick.
could easily be done.
Yeah, no, the price of those 67s went
Nicolas
through the
Cage.
fucking roof after that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
After
Nicolas
John
Cage
Wick.
gone in 60 seconds.
Yeah, they've gone in
that
60 seconds. Yeah.
We didn't buy it because we didn't have room at the
We didn't
time.
have room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's another remake, isn't it? Gone in
Bronx.
60 seconds.
Moodley.
Yeah, it is. What
Yeah,
what you said?
I've got a poster to the original film, but they've replaced it with My Mustang.
Is that with Steve McQueen?
Was
No.
Steve McQueen in that? No.
No, the
Bronx
original.
Moogly.
Don't kind of unknown actors.
Bronx Moogly.
I like
That's
the
the
fact
name
that
of
they
the
filmed
kid.
that without telling the cops they were doing it.
Oh, interesting.
You know what was a fucking badass name? Charles Bronson.
Fucking A hell. Charles Bronson
That
was
shit
a
has
straight up
all kind of testosterone on it.
Hell yeah.
Clint Eastwood.
Yes.
Oh,
Chuck
Uncle
Norris.
Uncle Chrome is asking what shell were we gonna buy in Washington?
The Shelby 67.
Ooh.
$2,000 he was going to give it to us because he
There-
had two of them. He had one that was in like a good condition and one that was kind of wallered out from the rain. And he was like, "Take this one for $2,000." But we didn't buy our property at the time yet, so we had nowhere to put it.
There's no celebrity out there who has kids with the weirdest name other than these two people. Elon Musk and Grims. Their son is that XAEA-12. I forgot how he said it was pronounced. And then their daughter is Ava Dark Sidrell Yale, who they call Y for short.
So one's a parts number and the other one
It's just Y.
Jesus Christ. Cheese and rice.
Charles Bronson was a dope fucking. Oh, here's one. Lee Van Cleef.
Lee Van Cleef, yeah.
Yeah,
Good
Lee Van
name.
Cleef.
He was always in westerns with Clint
okay.
Eastwood and shit.
Yeah.
Jules said nobody got that name Lucifer though.
No, I think nobody wants Lucifer.
Believe it or not, there's people named Lucifer.
Really?
Or was
Yeah,
the other one
I mean, he was
Mephistopheles or something?
originally a good angel.
Yeah, he was originally a good angel.
Yeah, originally.
Mm-hmm.
He
Well, we
was
all started
fallen.
out good. Yeah. Damn.
Super Funk.
Super fun.
Super funk.
Get over here, Super Funk, and clean up your room.
I can see that shit. Must be a black family.
God
He
damn
probably
it.
a
Super-
bass-
Talk for an
probably
hour
a
and a
bass
half about
player, too.
people's names.
Right? Yeah.
Amazing.
Because it holds a lot of weight.
and they're
We
not
can
they're
talk-
not
we can talk about
black.
anything.
They're white.
Talk about any goddamn thing.
Look,
Yeah.
you know how I find most of these topics? I go on Google and I go to icebergs. And if you put in iceberg questions, there's thousands of things we could talk about. So I just find the ones that relate to this channel, which is everything.
Bluebell Madonna.
Bluebell
Bluebell
Madonna.
Madonna.
Bluebell.
That's not bad.
Bluebell. You better come over here right now.
Jezebel. Well, wasn't a Jezebel like a
whore.
whore in the
Gypsy,
South?
wasn't she?
Was she a gypsy or was she a whore?
Jezebel.
A Jezebel.
No, I think a Jezebel was
Chrome would
a
know.
proper
Is that
Chrome deals
It's
with
actually
whores.
a name for a sort of like, yes, a lady of
yeah,
the
like
night.
like a lady, yeah.
Yeah,
A Jezebel.
yeah.
A lady of the
woman
night. What
of,
does that mean?
What was it? A woman of loose moral.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, from the European.
Of loose moral. Vicky
Jez.
said Lucifer brings the light.
yeah, originally.
It's the bringer of light.
Yeah. That always troubled me about religion, Kent.
Go on.
How do we know Lucifer isn't what we're supposed to be and God is what we're supposed to be against? Lucifer wanted both
Good and evil.
good and like, you know, the yin and the yang, and God just wants pure bliss. Am I wrong? I don't know. Correct me. It's a conversation. It's open.
Well, when you think about it, okay, then they said, oh, yes, the devil works against God and all that. Well, no, he doesn't, actually. You think about it. He runs hell. That's where all the bad people go, right? They don't go to heaven.
Where all the
So he
humans
got the
go,
job.
hell, right?
Yeah, he got the job of tormenting souls for eternity. And God gave him that job. So technically, he still works for God.
Mm.
But when you think about it, the other angels are probably all gone, I don't want that shitty job, thanks. And they go, and then when, the devil goes, he was trying to overthrow God in a sort of like, they might have had a bit of a meeting, all the angels all together, and they were probably going, yeah, good idea, you tell him. Of course, and when he went to take God on, he Lucifer is not Satan.
So
I beg
Meryl,
to differ.
pull up a picture of Baphomet. Please.
It's so funny. The whole
Mind you,
thing of it all.
depends on which religion you're talking about, mind you.
Yeah. It's just so wonky.
It all gets grey area. The thing
Right.
is, you got more chance of finding Harry Potter. So
Yeah.
Well, half God, half beast says Lucifer is not Satan. So who is Satan?
I thought he had just many names.
The man with the horns.
Look up Baphomet and see if you can't see who Baphomet is and get us, because I thought Baphomet was a person who wanted to bring light,
Are they?
or the goat, the half man, half goat. I don't know, that wanted to bring light and yin and yang in life. It didn't, like, Baphomet wasn't something that was supposed to be represented as evil. It's just hard to know when people tell stories, and there's so many different variations of these stories, who can make heads or tails of what?
Oh, Jules says it's funny how Lucifer is in the English and Greek, and Satan is actually Shaitan in Islam.
Or old Harry.
shit.
That was another nickname he had.
Harry? Old Harry?
Oh,
Oh,
Manny,
Harry,
we
yeah.
saw Good Omens. That was really good.
Yeah, that was good, Manny.
Lucifer, the series on Netflix, is
Was good,
really
too.
good too.
And I think they did a good thing with, or they did a good rendition of what I think Lucifer would be. It's like he was saying, I don't create the hell for you. You create your own hell, and you're stuck in that loop. You can't forgive
Nick,
yourself.
that's another one,
And
yeah.
until you can forgive yourself is then when you can move up and go to heaven.
Funny how they cast an English bloke.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's that was
It
hilarious.
always seems to be cast by English blokes.
Because you were evil motherfuckers.
Yeah.
That's why.
You took
Well,
over the
that's
world.
true, but you know, we
really
try to
quick
play it down.
on the names. This was pretty hilarious because he used his last name to kind of piggyback for the first name, Usain Bolt, and model. I forget her name. He gave his daughter Olympia Lightning Bolt, and then his twins are Thunderbolt and Saint Leo Bolt.
Now, that's just fucking ridiculous.
Right? Especially Olympia.
What's the
Lightning.
dog called? Half Inch?
Right. Like, why are you giving your
Or 13 mil?
child your accomplishment as a name? Like, give them their own fucking identity.
That's crazy.
Olympia?
Thunderbolt.
Did you pull up Baphomet?
I did, but I wanted to say that real quick
Yeah.
before we...
Olympia lightning bolt.
Speaking of Satan,
There you
it's
go.
Aten. Is it Aten?
Aten.
Aten.
Satan.
Satan. Welcome back, Aten. Baphomet. Let's see here. Oh, wow.
Can you blow that? Okay, yeah.
It's like two kids staring up at him going,
Mm-hmm.
he goes, so
Yeah.
what do you want for Christmas, children?
Okay,
And then the
so
snakes, you see the snakes
the
on the bottom?
no, let me see. Hang on.
Right here on his chest.
Oh, that's the medical sign, isn't it? That's our medical
Isn't that
sign.
the same sign on our medical
It's
sign?
supposed to be, yeah.
And then that when his fingers are like that, isn't that something from the Indian
Yeah.
India?
Egyptian.
India.
Is that the Star of
I think
David
that
on his
I
head?
thought it was
the
Egyptian.
India culture for like peace, because the true peace is together,
Together,
not separate.
like this.
Yeah.
This is a controversial statue unveiled by the Satanic Temple at a secret ceremony in Detroit.
Jimmy Two
Has-
Fingers.
Has attracted protests. But who is the goat-headed figure, and what do the elements of the statues symbolize? The bronze statue is nearly 9 feet tall and depicts a winged I can never pronounce that.
Hermaphrodite.
Known as Baphomet. Flanked by two smiling children, it costs $100,000 to make, and hundreds of Satanists turned out to see it unveiled. That's crazy.
So why would they unveil this? Where is this unveiled?
This is in Detroit.
So why would they unveil this
Satanic
for
temple.
hundreds and thousands of Satanists? Why even do that? Well, what's the purpose of that?
I think that's their religion. I think that's what they were unveiling it for. It was for their beliefs
it'd be the same as unveiling a statue of Jesus.
of Christ. Yeah, that's their
Or
denomination.
a statue of Buddha.
Cardicus as what? As
You're not going to do one of
as
Allah
below.
because you're not supposed to. You can't even draw a picture of Allah. Apparently, without getting yourself into shit.
Mephisto. What's that? Tracker Mephisto. Look that up. What's he on to? Is he on to something or is he just trolling again? Troller Jack.
Troller Jack.
See, because also Satan's described as being half man, half goat. The bottom half of him is supposed to be goat. And not his head.
Was the bottom half too like goat legs?
It's supposed to be goat legs with hooves. And
Like a
then
centaur.
man
Yeah.
on the top, but not have a goat head. Where that's got a goat
Look
head
at
and
my
all man.
hooves.
Right.
So
Is there another picture where we can see if his legs were goat?
I'm looking.
Did his upper portion look like a man? I
Yeah,
guess it
it's
did,
supposed to,
right?
yeah.
yeah,
And he had wings.
he worked out as well.
What's up with the Star of David? Always near something that's
Yo, Jack.
I think
Always
it's all got
something
mixed
negative.
up over the centuries.
Probably, yeah.
just like the
Yeah.
swastika, right? That was always a symbol of peace. And then when the Germans took it, or do we even say Germans or the Nazis? Because the Germans make it seem like it's the entire German people.
It wasn't the entire German people. There was a lot
Right.
of Germans who were really, really not into it at all.
Right.
They didn't say anything.
Yeah.
But it used to be a sign of peace, right? The swastika.
Well, if they did say something,
is in
that
India,
they
yeah.
too would have been
Still
killed.
is.
Yeah,
in
India and Japan, right? Didn't Japan or China have something like that?
No, it was Japan. I think you're right.
No, but there was
China.
two. There was two countries that
Yeah,
represented
India
this.
and Japan.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
Japan. Yeah.
Yeah, it was reversed, Roy. That's right. It was reversed.
What back in the Roman periods, right? Is it paganism, Kent, where they believed in Zeus and Aphrodites and all the sky gods?
You see what track
Was-
Right, That's
what-
Greek. That's
Greek.
Yeah.
Wasn't that a pretty sought after religion back then? Like, wasn't that a thing?
Yeah, as far as I know. In Greece anyway.
So
The Roman
I'm-
gods, they had a whole
Which one?
whole different set of gods.
Right, that's what I'm. But they're called more what do they say now? Mythological
associated with
gods, right? They're not like
a devil's agent.
what we have
Wow.
To
in
be honest
modern
with you, for
religion.
for the sake of accuracy, they're all myths.
Touche, my good sir. Touche.
I mean, I know-
gloves then.
I know religion plays a part in people's lives, and it is good for them.
Right.
But my beef has always been, and this is why probably it's better to get rid of religion. There's too many people using it as a fucking weapon.
My brother and I always
Against
said
other
we
people.
said that. Yeah.
So that's where a lot of our names come from too then, right? Religion.
Yeah,
yeah,
'cause
Like-
they're
like-
going peace and love when actually it's oppression and control
Right.
of people that
Yeah.
they see as different from them.
Always said religion is beautiful. It's the
got that full
humans
picture of
that
Baphomet.
don't fucking equate it well.
Mm.
What if religion is really like it's literally that? It's a beautiful concept with morals, but when you put humans behind it, we can't live up to that. That's too much. The order is too tall.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, I mean, I know in America, anybody can start a religion in the US. I think they're a little bit more stringent elsewhere.
Yes.
But that whole land of the free thing really ran with that.
Most of the time, they probably do it for the tax benefits.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Let's make that money.
So, there's
There's
lots.
no
I mean,
law
but
against
anybody can start really. I could start a CS80 religion. Every Thursday at 3:00, bow down in front of it and praise the wonderful analog sound.
Steve
It
Elbows
doesn't
is
take
right.
much to start a religion.
No,
Yeah.
not
Doesn't.
at all.
Morals
It's
are
only
a
the-
human concept.
The amount
don't
of
apply.
followers gives it the power.
So
Yeah.
is religion the same thing as cult?
Yes, that's what religion is.
It's a
cult.
Yeah.
It's a
Well, 'cause-
collective. Yeah, any
Okay.
collective of people who are willing to be told exactly what to do by somebody who has
Profit.
put themselves above them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there you go. You got a religion going.
It's also called marriage.
Yeah, and you see,
There you go.
the biggest religions were the ones that had the most strength.
Ooh, and the money.
And the manipulation.
Well, back in the day, it would be
Like the
he
Knights
who
Templar.
wins is right.
Damn.
You know, so. And, you know, like you said earlier about, you know, we all came from roughly the same lump on the planet, makes it even more
How many different
pathetic and
religions are there,
stupid.
Miro? Look that up. Look to see
Registered religions?
Yeah.
Because they would have to be.
how many different registered religions are there in the world.
For
Ooh,
fuck's
there's
sake,
gonna be a
says-
few.
Says Asif.
Do you
Asif,
think
get
so?
your ass in here. Get in here, Asif. You son of a
There's
bitch.
10,000 distinct
Shut the fuck up.
religions.
No.
10,000?
in the worldwide.
And here's the
Though
incredible part of it, right? You always happen to be born in the country of the true religion.
Oh,
Doesn't matter on the planet where you're
10,000?
born.
10,000?
Though nearly all of them have regionally based, relatively small followings, but still there's
Yeah, you're born in
10,000.
India. Wow, now, how lucky was that? Because you know Hinduism is the true religion. You're born in
Hinduism?
America.
So they say.
Christian.
Well, no, you-
Wow,
I mean,
how
you-
lucky are we?
India,
Yeah.
you got Sikhism too, so it's
Oh,
not.
yeah, true. But there's been lots of going on all the time.
Yeah,
But
Well,
whatever it is, you're always born in the right community.
right.
What did AI suggest? AI suggested that Buddhism is the closest to what religion should be. It narrowed everything down. Can you look
Buddhism.
that up? There was an article on that. AI suggested Buddhism is like what religion like should be the number, or I don't know how they worded it, but it should be the grandiose of religion.
I think it's one of the most peaceful religions on the planet.
Right.
I
Don't
don't
harm
think
anything.
there's particularly been any sort of like Buddhist war at all.
Mm-mm.
There's been loads of
Well, Tibetans
Christianity
and-
wars,
Yeah,
fucking bags of them. Muslim
the
wars.
the Mongolians were probably the closest to that region where Buddhism started.
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
right next to China and stuff.
Everyone likes a Buddha call. Yeah. Absolute. But yeah, it's I don't know.
Man, I think you're talking about a booty call, not a Buddha.
He knows what he was talking about.
Yeah, he knows exactly.
Oh, I
He's
know.
a doctor.
Oh
goddamn.
yeah. Oh,
He
Man.
could not exploit himself.
oh, you said that so other people would get it, yeah?
Yeah.
No,
But deep down,
Did
man,
you
he's
find
like,
out what
I love
AI
them
said
booty
was one of
calls.
her?
It doesn't come up.
Wow, that's crazy. 10,000 religions
Worldwide.
worldwide.
It's like it's like when you read the Old Testament, you go, Jesus Christ on a bike. This
But if you
is,
think about it,
this
a
is
religion.
really hard to follow this religion without getting yourself into shit.
Yeah. A religion, you can be the one teaching that religion and have one follower.
Yeah.
And now you've called yourself a religion.
Yeah.
So
like-
it's easily 10,000 out there.
It's like the Christians for the modern Christians that use the King James Bible, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it actually goes, oh, it's translated from the original Hebrew Bible. It was translated, yes, but there was also a lot of, I think I know how we could make this religion a bit better. And yeah, that's that. See this particular one here. That's stupid. You forget that. Get rid of that one. Put something else in, like I don't know. I don't know. It's can't work on the Sabbath. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, this crops next to each other. Get rid of that. No, we don't want that. All that sort of bullshit. And this is right. So you got the original book as it was written, and then you got the King James version, and then you have people going around with the King James Bible going, "This is the true religion."
That's just fucking
That was a fucking
wild.
rewrite. That's a rewrite, and a lot of it had was in King James's favour
Right.
for what he fucking wanted at the time, and then people are religiously following that.
I wonder how much of Old Testament lines up with the New Testament.
Not an awful lot.
Yeah.
They did
but
change one thing. I can't remember who pointed this out. In the Old Testament, where they were talking about Adam and Eve, when Eve took the apple from the tree of knowledge, after being persuaded by a talking snake. A talking snake. Okay, right, okay. Moving swiftly along. And God came back and he
Sound
goes,
like acid to me.
"You fucking bastards." Now, he kicked Adam out as well. He didn't take the apple. Right? She took the apple. So fucking always the woman, isn't it?
Steve Elbow said the Old
And it
Testament
literally says
is,
in the text, they were then cast to live with the rest outside the Garden of Eden. Well, if they're the first two people on the planet, who the fuck's living outside?
right. Exactly.
But when people see that, and then they'll have somebody in authority go, "Do not question the book." End of. Move on.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Which testament was Jesus where he,
Yeah, in
he
my
had
book.
the,
Yeah, it would be a talking dog. Yeah.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
he'd be a Cockney dog as well. He goes, "Oi."
Yeah, Steve
Don't
Elbow
check this
said
apple out,
the
mate.
the
Fucking
Old
gorgeous.
Testament was incredibly violent.
Yes.
Oh shit.
If you plant corn next to wheat, kill the fucker.
Oh
If
shit.
you wear clothes of two different weaves, kill the fucker. Now that sounds like a benevolent God's rules, doesn't it?
That does, doesn't it?
Wow. I mean, I've
and when you
read
actually-
zero of the Bible, so I'm really taking this at face value.
When I looked at it, I know a couple of people at least who have studied the Bible and came away atheists.
Damn.
They went, "This is horse shit."
Answer me this, Kent. And I don't know if it's true, but this is what I heard in the black community, that the Bible said that Jesus had skin of bronze and hair of wool. That sounds like a black man to me. Does it really say that in
Or
the
a
Bible?
person
me.
of color.
Yeah.
North Africa, hello?
But is that what it says in the Bible? Skin of bronze, hair of wool.
Yeah.
Then why do I see a long, flowy hair white dude with a beard?
Ask King James. Yeah, better make him a bit more white, mate.
Yeah.
I
Make him a bit
see.
more white. Yeah, portray him a
But-
bit more sort of like European, sort of like more like us. Do you know what I mean?
But wasn't
Yes.
there a book before the Bible? Like what?
Oh, yeah.
What was the Emerald Tablets
Oh, the
about?
Emerald Tablets.
Supposedly the Emerald Tablets, people were taking stories from the Emerald Tablets and putting it into the Bible. Like all of this stuff has a grander source. Roy,
Oh yeah, I think it all goes.
how
back to
old is the
Ethiopia.
Emerald Tablets, Roy?
It all
Go
goes
ahead,
back to like places like Ethiopia and stuff like that. And
Mm-hmm.
But as it's sort of like spread out, that this guy, somebody's come up with these stories because it keeps the kids amused at night, and then it spreads out as people move out into the the lands, and they take this with it, and then they reshape it to suit their environment, who they are, and everything like that. And that's how you get all these different strains of, the all-powerful being that looks over us. Will never talk to you unless it's in a very, very remote place from a bush or some fucking thing. Never greets everybody all at once. It's supposed to be all-powerful and protecting you, and yet shit happens to you. So they go, "Oh, it must be because we did something wrong."
Yeah, Tracker, you're right. The Quran was kind of gangster too. Shit.
Yeah.
Well, you got those extremists who take it
It's
for
about
what,
control.
like infidels and all this other shit. Yeah.
But that's all religion is extremists who take it.
yeah, extremists that take it too far.
Yeah.
So
See,
the-
if you
it
get
says-
communities, you need control, and religion was a fantastic tool to control masses,
AJ.
and that's all it ever was.
Yeah.
It says the 5 core Buddhist belief is abstain from killing living beings,
Anything.
stealing. Right. So I'm curious. Is that anything? So that
Yeah,
does that
living
Don't
include
even walk
animals?
on an ant, mate. No,
Yeah.
don't walk on
So
an
that
ant.
includes animals too. So they're vegetarian, not vegans,
Yeah.
but vegetarians.
Mm-hmm.
Stealing, sexual misconduct,
Yep.
lying, and intoxication. And then it says things that Buddhists can't do. They can't steal from anybody, obviously, based off of the beliefs. Not having too much sensual pleasure.
Not having too
How
much.
do you
of it.
regulate that shit?
Exactly. And what is too much? What do they consider too much? Because maybe what you consider too much is just enough for me, or like it's all personal based.
So don't be human.
It says for example, not looking at people in a lustful way or committing adultery, which,
Okay.
well, yeah, fuck.
There's some sense there.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
No, they can't lie. And they can't gossip about other people.
Yeah, but think about it. When you
So-
said there was sense there, why is there sense there?
Basically, it's just like, just be a fucking good person.
Because
Yeah.
because
But
try
you
your
could
best to
sleep
be-
with a lot of people and still be a good person.
Be a good person. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
eye to beholder.
Again,
It's human.
it's
You're human.
control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you got everybody sleeping with everybody else and blah, 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 nobody's taking responsibility for everything. So they come up with the idea, or perhaps somebody's like a really good shag, and you go, well, I'd rather stay and be constantly shagged by this one rather than try some of the others.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And the whole love thing comes together and blah, 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 blah. And then they go, right, we can religiousize that. And if we religiousize that, the people go, right, so if somebody fancies somebody else and they get married, they can shag. Because as far as religion was concerned, it was, but you can't, no sexual contact whatsoever until you're married.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Then you can consecrate your
Isn't
relationship.
that a Christian belief?
Not
no sex
just,
until you're married?
Not just.
No, but I'm asking, is that a Christian belief?
Well, technically speaking, yeah. But
Then how-
people
then
decide
why
if they
do-
want to follow it or not.
Well, then why did 98% of these motherfuckers don't live by that shit?
Because they want to be
Pick and choose.
part of it, but they pick and
Yeah.
choose what they want. And then they can
Exactly.
just sort of like control other people with it. Go, oh,
And then say, I'm Christian, but
yeah.
I don't want to follow 100% of this shit because I'm horny as fuck right now. But I'm
Yeah.
Christian.
It's like,
But
it's like priests can't get married and can't have relationships and all the rest of it, right? So they are denied that for their religion, and the next thing you know, you got kids getting raped and shit like that.
because they all pent up with all that goddamn sexual frustration.
Well, who's come to question a religious authority?
Exactly. And
They
how
can
long has that
get
been
away
going
with
on?
it?
Yeah.
It's centuries. It's only
Centuries.
lately it's come out.
So
and
the
we
Greek,
have a media system that allows the news to get around.
so the Greeks actually think, or at the time, these gods, Prometheus and Zeus, and did they actually think these deities actually roamed the earth?
Good question. No, wasn't there?
Meryl, did they actually? Can you find out if they actually believe that these gods, Zeus, Aphrodite, Prometheus, all these Greek gods, did they actually think they roamed the earth?
Who
And
they?
they're the Greek people.
I'm trying to remember in the Greek religion, what ancient Greeks had.
Is it paganism?
No, paganism is like more Viking, isn't it? Like
Yeah,
Odin.
Odin, it's the
It's
same
more
thing.
ill-informed.
Zeus is
as it
Odin.
were.
Yeah, I guess you're right because
Fucking
they
A.
were different gods.
David said, "Let me in, Marilyn. Let me in." Isn't
Coming.
Odin and Zeus the same kind of a thing? Paganism.
Let you in.
I didn't think
Well,
they
fucking click on the link, David.
Fucker. There's David being David in his basement.
Come on. It says let me
Let
in.
me
And he doesn't
in.
click on the link.
Yeah.
Jesus, comedy. Let me know when you're backstage.
There go the eyeballs.
Those are the eyeballs from the space.
Most ancient Greeks and Roman texts, regardless of their nature, treat the deities as though they are actual beings that exist.
Yeah, and roam the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not metaphors. The gods were out there. This was a no-brainer for most. It almost wasn't even worth considering whether the gods existed or not. So they believed that they actually roamed the earth.
See, there you go.
Yeah.
So they must have. So is it possible? Go with me?
Dave.
God damn it! Go with me, David. Is it possible they've seen said entities walking the earth and they try to emulate them? Should we underlook that? Is there a chance that these people really exist?
There'd be really no way of knowing.
Right.
How would you know?
How would you
Well,
know?
you might notice the bloke wandering around with a goat's head.
Yeah, centaur.
Okay, but I guess that would be the belief. Like, okay, if supposedly back in World War I, when planes were flying over remote islands, they saw these planes, and sometimes these planes released cargo accidentally over certain islands, and it dropped goods off to these islanders. They thought that was gods, and they built a mock-up airplane just so that God can come back and drop off whatever goods just happened to randomly. Like, so how do we know the same scenario didn't happen
Back then?
It's almost exactly that. You know, when a volcano goes off, you know, the gods are angry. You know,
I mean,
natural
that's true.
natural things occurring,
Yeah.
and so they go, oh, there's a god that lives in the mountain.
Oh, Tom versus the volcano, but Tom Hanks. Was it, or is it? I forgot.
J.A. said that's what they believed. Yeah.
You know, so you know, if a group of people on an island see a plane and they think it's a god, you know, any strange thing that occurred, like a total eclipse, it's you know, the moon god is angry with us.
Yeah, the Aztecas did it. There's this
Yeah, but
structure.
there was sun gods, moon gods, you know.
I'm sure there's
but
still
anything
like
they didn't understand became a god.
I'm sure there's still like a lot of untouched tribes out there
Indigenous tribes.
who
Yep.
see like planes and are probably like,
Lose
holy
their shit.
what the fuck is
Right.
that?
So that's my whole premise behind this. Like, there's something had to be observed to start the cult. Correct?
like an ancient civilization.
Right.
Okay, so there's this place. It's Baalbek. Baalbek? Is it Baalbek?
Baalbek. Yeah.
Baalbek stones.
Pull up the Baalbek stones, Daryl.
It's Baalek. And this particular stone, they say it's like a building laying down on its side. It's one complete stone, and the weight of it, God, I don't want to butcher it. I'll just wait until she brings it up. Is phenomenal, and supposedly we didn't have the tools, the machinery to even do things like this. And it has like writing. There was a whole wall built from it. I want you guys to see this stone and tell me if maybe we had this super advanced civilization years ago. Maybe we're not the first to be called, quote unquote, civilized.
Right. But that's the fun of it.
But we haven't figured out shit.
Yeah, but I mean,
Is
it's
that in
like
Lebanon?
we couldn't figure out how
Yeah.
the Egyptians built the pyramids, right?
We don't even know how we got here.
And then it split
That's
into
true.
two. It split two ways. They analysed it and they found out how, you know, the whole fulcrum thing. They found out how it could be done with enough people.
Yeah, but how do
And
we
of course-
know, Ken?
It is
How do we?
Because there's indications of it in some of the pyramids showing
Not-
the slaves building the pyramid inscribed on the wall, which is a
But
bit of
the-
a giveaway.
but the time
there was another
frame-
load who said, "Oh no, it was an advanced civilization that come from the stars, and these things were landing pods for their spaceships." It doesn't take much for a group of people to go, "Let's think up some complete weird bullshit to explain it instead."
To
and that's what
discredit-
religion was. They just make it
Yeah.
up shit to explain what happened.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
But what have we figured out? Is my
Fuck
question.
all.
I mean, think
Yeah.
about it. All right, so there was a moon, and maybe I'm just an idiot, but then that's fine.
It's fine.
All
It's
right,
fine,
so
Dave.
there was
It's all
a
right.
moon. So we looked and we saw the moon, right, and the sun, like however long ago, and we didn't really understand it, so we
Yeah.
were all excited and jumping around, and that's our God. And then we figured out that it was just a rock up there with a lot of light. I mean, like, what have we really figured out? We really haven't. We haven't done shit. Like,
Well,
we,
the thing
right?
is even
We're
when
like,
we
oh,
do
there's-
figure things out, it doesn't matter. You will still get a group of people that won't believe it.
Mhm.
We have people
well,
that
that's
think
true.
the
I
Earth
guess
is
that's a
flat.
different point, right? That then you get people that don't even believe.
Oh, don't talk about that, Kent.
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
The really
I
basic
know
stuff,
because
like,
it annoys me
like
to the
there's
point
a
I want to
rock,
hurt
there's a-
somebody.
like even though logically I'm like, okay, there's a moon up there, but we haven't solved any of the. We really haven't got that far, have we? Like we don't.
We haven't.
Like you walk outside and you see all these fucking bugs and these and there's just all this shit going on, and we just don't know when it started. How
We
it
like
came,
we like to
if we're-
think
Right.
we've
It's
evolved.
really messed up.
That's it, Kent. That's it.
We like to think
That's
we've
it,
evolved.
Kent. Get it.
But
That's
if we've
it, Kent.
evolved,
Hold on, Kent
if we've
got it.
evolved, how come we're
Kent
still
has
doing the
it.
same stupid
Kent-
shit
Yep.
that
Kent
we were
has it.
doing thousands and thousands of years
Wait a
years
minute,
ago?
Kent. That was my point.
And
Oh,
they're,
I'm
and they're-
sorry.
Kent.
Then
and
I now hand it to you, sir.
No,
And they're
you delivered
banking-
so much better.
They're banking all of our school studies on that ideation alone, Kent, that they've figured everything out. This is what we should believe.
Mate, we still haven't figured out how to live together. You've got fucking missiles and bombs flying in all sorts of fucking directions. Over
And-
what?
And that's the fundamentals right there. Like that's the basics.
Is this a video,
Yeah.
Daryl?
But again,
think
the same
in the-
shit we were doing thousands and thousands of years ago, we're still doing now. The only thing we've improved is the efficiency of it.
You're absolutely
much.
fucking right.
Yeah, we can deliver all the nonsense a lot faster.
Yeah.
Good point, Kent.
We're about as caveman
okay.
as we
That's
ever were.
That's an improvement.
Okay,
right?
stop.
Okay.
Be quiet.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
oh God, God has spoken.
God has spoken.
I like this beat.
I think it's going to show that.
I mean,
So,
look
look-
at these fucking things.
Look at this person right here. Look at how
Look at the size.
huge this
Is there
thing
any
is.
information they're going to tell us?
I don't know.
Okay.
Huh?
Can you move our pictures out of the way? Put us on the side? Or,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
just make this one solo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hang on. Hold that thought, David.
So we're here at Baalbek. This is the famous quarry, which is just about less than a kilometre from the main Baalbek site. Behind me is the stone of the pregnant woman, and just beneath that, over that side, is the 1,650 ton stone that was found and rediscovered.
1,060-pound stone.
That's
Lost
crazy.
it? How did we
Ton,
lose the
ton.
stone?
No,
Who
it's
lost the
1,060 odd ton.
Ton.
Keep going.
Ton.
Keep going.
Dug out
Keep going before we
in
go in on this.
2014.
Yeah, because I'm mad about the stone.
So this is really
Go.
rewriting the history of the planet here, because people like Graham Hancock and other researchers suggest these are pre-Roman, these are ancient sites. There's even legends that state this was built by Cain, who was linked with the patriarchs of the Bible going back many, many thousands of years, and it was peopled and built by giants connected with Cain. There's also stories about Kronos and the Titans.
Pause that right there. Okay, what the fuck how do you explain this? Look at these big ass fucking blocks and how they
And-
fit together.
And this
We're
pre-Roman,
weak
pre all
now,
this.
man. We used to be really strong.
Well,
We also used to be giants.
Right. Maryland's got it.
no. Where's the giant's bones?
Apparently.
Oh, they were the dinosaurs. We probably were. I mean, like, look, we had animals doing this shit. Probably.
Mate, they
helping
had
us.
slaves as well. Fucking millions.
I don't know
of them.
But
one
you would
animal
have
that
to
can
have
move
really
this.
big slaves, Kent.
Yeah,
No,
I
you
don't
just
know.
have a lot of them, and you
Yeah,
roll
that's
the bloody
bullshit.
stone on tree trunks.
I call bullshit on that.
Okay,
these are too,
well,
these are too massive. They weigh too much.
okay, but
Who
I
says
would,
they
I
do?
would, I would have to.
Who says that?
I would
No,
have to.
honestly, who says they do?
The
Right.
fucking geologists, the people
we're
that go out there and tell you that this shit is heavy. The precise cuts.
It looks heavy. It does look heavy.
Oh, it probably is very heavy. But
I think
it doesn't
there was-
say how long it took them to do it, does it?
Okay, but look at it this way. What the fuck else did they have to do, right? This is all they were working on. We were
Yeah.
putting together IKEA fucking furniture and all this other shit we got to do, figuring out our car insurance and going through all sorts of bank
Okay, but
shit.
this is before.
This is all they had.
It might have
Education,
taken them. It might have taken them
mathematics,
150 years
And we're
to
giving
move
them
that
all
stone.
this damn credit.
And
Even
how
though
would they
they
do
did
that
one
when
good thing.
when that wasn't possible?
Like this is a lot of. Okay, hang on. This
With
is a
enough
lot
manpower,
of.
anything's possible.
This
That's
is
bullshit.
a lot of. This is a
No,
lot of
no, no.
mathematics. This is a lot of quarrying. Like we don't even know where the quarry site is.
Yep.
What the transportation method is. Engineers today say they can't replicate it as they would have done it then. So, B, either there's weird, strange giants and trolls out there, or A, that there's some sort of lost technology, or there's some kind of lost knowledge that we had to do
Jack-
things with very minimum tools.
Jack says
Right,
this was
I believe
underwater,
that. Right.
which makes it, if it's underwater, it makes it way lighter.
There
How
you
much-
go.
How much
Wait a
lighter
minute,
though
wait a
underwater,
minute.
and then you got to
We
get it
just-
out of water.
No. They built this underwater, is what he's saying.
But
it
that
was
would
underwater.
okay. That would mean this is in Lebanon, right? So now we're getting into some ancient Kemet type shit. Like that would mean this
Go
place.
hydrogeology. Let's do
This
it.
would have to be like the younger, drier period, right? And there would have had to been a
Never
massive amount of water in this environment.
And breathing
Why not?
apparatus,
Why
not?
which they had no technology for breathing apparatus. If this is built underwater, people are holding their breath, moving stones.
Okay, that's possible because I just read a freaking Google
you go.
card article yesterday. Oh, I wish I would have kept it. There is
This would have come on, man.
an unknown tribe who have they only hunt underwater. They do everything underwater. They spend the majority of their time underwater.
I saw
Oh,
that.
shit.
Okay, wait a
humans.
minute. I think I think she solved this.
Humans.
Fuck,
By
can we
far.
can we? how
They've
can we-
adapted to their how to breathe and how to function and everything to be underwater the majority of their life.
Okay. All right.
Caught a
Now
mermaid.
pause.
In a desert.
Okay. Hang on.
This is in a desert, isn't it?
No, they're
Yeah,
saying it
this
wasn't
is
a
in
desert.
Lebanon. Hang
Lebanon,
on. Before we comment anymore, I like everyone's opinion as to what happened.
Okay.
Let's watch a little bit more of the video and we can comment some more.
Being involved in this, and there's other stories of giants like the Nephilim being involved. There's so much going on here with the prehistory, with the local folklore and traditions that have been recorded for the last couple of 100 years. And you know, if the Romans did build this site, did build Baalbek completely, including the platform, why didn't they reuse this? Was this completely buried in sand and dirt? Why wasn't it reused? It's just too incredible. This is roughly 1,000 tons, more or less exactly, just a fraction over 1,000 tons. This one. We're going to go and look at the other quarry, which has got an unnamed stone, which is about 1,240 tons. But it's the 1,650 ton one. That's the really interesting one, combined with the whole mythology and stories, which we'll get more into when we go to the other quarries and we go to the Baalbek temple itself.
Local archaeologist is giving us a tour of the site, but he is a firm believer that this is simply a Roman block that they didn't finish, so it didn't move. But there is speculation, and we're here to try and find the evidence that this block and another two are actually far older than the Roman period and could date back thousands of years prior to Christian times. And it's quite phenomenal to be here. I mean, it's just incredible, the size of it. But we're looking at these supposed rock-cut tombs as well. They're supposed to be Roman or Byzantine, but are they? Could they be older? Could they be a clue as to the true age of this site?
You know, sometimes I hate when people discredit humans and their ingenuity. Like, we can't just jump off and say it was aliens. Like,
No. I agree
think
with you.
I think
Keep going.
humans are smarter. I think we
Yes.
just had a
I think
different
aliens
way
have
to.
got better things to do.
No,
fuck around
that's
with
my
big
point, though.
stones.
This is what we were solving, right?
I don't want to discredit humans. Like, maybe there was something that was lost as to how we can do this. Now, does any one of us have the answers on 100%? No, but we can roughly get an idea. But here's where I'm going to play the latter half. And I tell this to Kent, sometimes jokingly, and sometimes I don't. How do you know?
You have your opinion, and sometimes, like, these are geologists. These are people that study the field, and a person who actually is telling us that this shit could date back beyond the Romans by thousands of years. And for me, I don't have schooling in this shit, so I couldn't say either way. I can only give you my opinion. And to me, as far as from what I'm looking at and what I've been told, that to me says there's been either some help or we've lost some sort of technology that was.
I mean, this is what
There's
is
never
this
any
made of?
evidence of it, ever, anywhere on the planet. They keep saying, "Oh yes, it was built by giants." Where's the giants' bones then?
Where's the
Well,
tool?
that-
I'm not
Kent's
even,
got
I'm
the
not
good
even
point.
saying
Where's
giants.
the
no
tools
giants.
buried? Yeah,
There's-
because you're not going to go. Well, you better hide all these giant bones because maybe people will look later, and we don't want them to know that
I'm
it was
not
built
even
by
saying
giants.
giant bones. I'm just saying.
No.
maybe there's a lost
That's what I'm
tech-
saying. They were talking about
Yeah.
giants. Possible.
I mean,
Right.
These giant people were moving these stones for them. They
Yeah,
go,
that does sound fine though. No, I mean,
it
there's
does,
physics,
yeah. But
right?
at the same time, there's
Physics
never
is
ever
physics.
any fucking evidence for it.
But okay, but David, this is well before people of our culture knew physics, right? Like
Well,
that wasn't a
think
thing
about
back
some
then.
basic things, right? You you just make the gradient like building this is one thing, right? Use big rock, but you can kind of make the grade, right? Make it so that you can move it so that the law of, I guess, physics, right, is going to move it where you want it, right? And then then maybe they regrade it I mean, I just sometimes I'm wondering if I get it.
wait, hang
I'm
on,
back
hang on,
to
hang-
where Lamont is,
Yeah.
which is I think we're not giving the people of that time the credit
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Well,
because
Um,
this is what they worked on, right?
Well, look
Right.
at
They weren't doing
the Greek
computers.
mathematicians. How long ago is that?
But
And this
how
is
long
stuff
ago
we
they
still
were?
use
well
today.
before this is what they're saying. Well before that.
Chrome.
There you
would,
go.
Chrome. Would this take some sort of geometry? How advanced does the math have to be for schematics like this? And Panda and JA, go ahead and jump in. Let's give them some room here.
Hello, guys.
Yo,
Guten Tag.
Well, I believe that we are missing a big chunk of the history here. We cannot, find evidence of the existence of ancient or older civilization. I believe we have lost the knowledge. It's not, at least to the way we understand things today, it's not possible to build such structures 5,000, 6,000, I don't know, 10,000 years ago. And if you look all the mythology of every ancient civilization, if you see what every religion says, they all of them have the same common myths. So at least what I'm tending to believe is that mythology used to be, it is the ancient history. I believe there were giants in some sort of time. Don't forget that the height of the human beings is based on the gravity that the planet has. If there was no moon, we would be 1 meter tall. Now we have a moon, we are about 230, the highest ones, the tallest ones. If there were 2 moons, maybe once, I don't know, 500,000 years ago, maybe we had 2 moons. Then we would be 3 or 4 meters tall. So it's a lot of things that play a crucial factor on how the Earth and its living beings evolve. And lately, I believe that we are the aliens in this planet. Just look at the animals. They have nothing common except the apes. Let's say the apes, they have some common with us, but all the rest of the animals, the plants, everything is totally different from us. I'm not sure. This is a really nice conversation. It's an endless conversation. I really dig these kind of conversations.
Yeah, but it's a fun conversation.
And J.A. makes a great point. We can't dismiss that there weren't giants, because if we look back, weren't dinosaurs giants? Wasn't the Tyrannosaurus and the T-Rex and all those other big-ass animal giants?
And Neanderthals weren't small people. They were supposedly big, strong cavemen, right?
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It doesn't have to be a giant, though. It could just be a stronger, bigger version of us. What we define, I guess we'd have to define what a freaking giant
is at this point.
But again, there was evidence that there were Neanderthals.
Okay, but to J.A.'s
there's
point,
never evidence that there was these giant people.
Right, but to J.A.'s point, Kent, it's lost it's like it's some part of our history is lost. What if some part of our history has been stripped from us? How do we know that geologists haven't found bones and are hiding it from us?
Yeah,
that's doubtful, though.
Don't go down that road.
I'm just saying what somebody out there else is thinking. I mean, J.A. thinks that there were giants. You can't dismiss his ideas. These are people's beliefs.
I don't dismiss it. What I'm saying is there's never evidence for it.
Okay, but
there's a difference between dismissing something.
But that's your opinion, Kent.
No, it's not opinion. There's no evidence yet.
But you can't prove that, Kent.
What do you mean you can't prove it?
Nobody can prove anything. It's a lost thing. No one can prove any of this shit.
If you find a femur and it's 8 feet long, that's evidence that there were giants.
Okay, but Ken Spong is not
out
there looking
one.
for it. You can't go out there and say it's not there if you haven't went out there and looked for it.
Can you search for giant bones? I believe I've seen them online somewhere.
I mean,
he said,
okay, so there it goes. We can't have everybody's opinion of fact.
That's what I'm trying to say.
They just have to remain opinions, unless you're here on a show and tell, and you've showed the excursions you went through to prove some of these things. They're just an opinion. They're not a fact. So let's not bash each other's opinions.
Don't take this the wrong way. I'm not bashing. I'm questioning. There's a big fucking difference.
Okay.
But people need to question things.
Right. And that's all we're
defending our opinions.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
We're a little too
strong. A little too strong.
Some of them are a little aggressive here.
Yeah, a little aggressive.
Okay,
so
hang on.
There's
and then we'll get to Sam. So hang on.
Giant bones. Indeed, even today, large and surprisingly human-like bones can be found in Greece.
Oh, well, there you go.
All right.
Right. So that's in J.A.'s territory.
All right, let's go Greece.
Okay, hang on.
Big rock.
Yeah,
That's not in Greece.
Hang on.
Yeah, this is in Lebanon.
Nobody died anywhere near this ever.
Okay,
get the hell out of Lebanon.
They're not just going to live in Greece if they were true. They're going to be all over the fucking place.
The hell of Lebanon.
Let's go with Sam. Sam, what's your opinion? What's your ideation on this?
Sam's like, well, shit, I'm afraid to say anything.
They're wolves.
Well, aren't me, you, and Lamar giants?
I mean, technically, to an Asian person.
To me, yes.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, you are.
Well,
so is Fiona, but more horizontally than vertically.
Yeah.
You better shut
damn
up.
it, Kent. I hope she didn't hear
For
me.
fuck's sake. Go ahead, Sam.
Mate,
go ahead, Sam.
We do this all the time. Do not worry.
It's a wonderful thing. You can say you're an eighth of a ton. If you're an eighth of a ton, you're probably a giant. I don't know. The laws of physics has been out there for what? God knows. We've known them for 8,000 years, and we've only grown on them. There's only so much to lead to believe that we wouldn't have, giant hulking men dragging it. But also the topic is obviously, how did we get these stones up a really, really tall thing? Well, lots of the fuckers. is my other
Yeah.
opinion.
Yeah, lots of them.
Mm-hmm.
To me,
Well,
or 40 smaller people.
right.
But
Yeah.
then it'll be like, what are the tools
Like
you're
a,
using?
like, like a team.
And then how come those tools aren't left around? Like, where are the tools that they use? I'm assuming it wasn't just twine and rope moving these tons.
I'm
right?
sure it depends on what those tools are made out of. They've probably disintegrated.
I could say
I
something
mean,
like,
it's been like thousands of years.
I could say
now.
something like Gobekli Tepe or Machu Picchu, Puma Punku, where you couldn't even cut it. If only the only tool you could use to cut it is a tool of diamond. And they've done the study, they've done the drilling, and everything else breaks. Only diamond cuts a particular stone, and yet these stones are precisely inlaid,
Precisely 90-degree angles.
You couldn't stick a human hair through it, not even a sheet of paper, and they're like it's so much that I believe is lost that we just don't know.
Bye, Chrome.
Mind you, you brought up a good point when you were saying about forgotten technologies, for instance. But that happens all the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even over the last 100 years, right? Out of all of us, how many of us know how to skin a rabbit?
Oh, I do.
I do.
Right.
And I don't. And you don't skin it. You actually pull the entire fur off.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but whatever. But at one time of day, everybody needed to have to do it, or they weren't fucking eating.
Right.
Even at one point in time, a 5-year-old knew how to.
Yeah.
So certain technologies died out because they were no longer required on a larger scale.
So what happened to those
when people
tools?
decided to stop building these huge things and going, this is a waste of fucking time, and move on to something else. Let's farming. That seems like a breeze. Let's do
I don't
that
think you would
instead.
go through all that just to leave it, though. You know what I'm saying?
Like, where's the tools? Where's the
can't take
diamond
it with
cutting
you.
tools?
Yeah, but it's like the Stonehenge down here, right? These massive stones that have been dragged fucking miles and miles and miles and then stood up in the middle of this plain. And even today, they're going, don't know why they did it, though. No idea.
Yep. Nobody knows why people did a lot of the damn things. But when they're saying things like these things are dated well before we're supposed to have this technology, I get a lot of people. Okay, but how?
Well, like Manny just said, he said humans can. Who said that? I think it was David said it too. Humans can do a lot more than we give ourselves credit for to meet our need to eat. And then he said, "Think Circus du Soleil performers."
Oh, no doubt.
Go ahead and press play.
Yeah,
Go ahead and
doubt.
press play. Let's see this.
To see a mound kind of up behind it, which is intriguing, without some kind of occupational mound or tell, as they call them here. But then we have these uprights, almost like monolithic blocks, placed upright in the distance there. And we have these almost like homes here, right next to the main temple. This is the one below it, just down here, which is 1,650 tons. You can still partly buried, but they made a good estimate of it, and you can just see it down here. This is absolutely huge. So this is the largest cut stone block in the entire planet. And here's the previous one that was 1,000 tons. And down here is more excavations. They managed to get right down underneath it to get a sense of the scale of it. But look at this. This is incredible. So how on earth would they have moved that? So just about to walk on top of the biggest cut stone in the world. Obviously it's got things cut out of it. This is incredible. Oh my goodness. So we're literally on top of the largest cut stone block on the planet. Absolutely incredible. And you see there's megaliths and walls all the way down here with other excavations that have been going on. On the left is the largest cut stone on the planet, 1,650 tons, the newly discovered stone, discovered in late 2014. It's been chatting with the archaeologist about that. And it goes very deep into the ground. You can see the levels they've kind of cut down so you can get access and they could estimate the size. But this is absolutely incredible, and serious question marks about this, about why this was not reused by later cultures like the Romans, although even the archaeologist claims it's definitely Roman. I'm really not so sure. It seems like this is an ancient quarry going back many thousands of years. And then we have the mysterious uprights over there, and we have all these cut stones here. This is obviously used for the Baalbek temple, all the smaller stones that were cut from here. But these two here are just...
Maybe that big one, they meant to stand it up like the little ones, and then they were like, fuck, we made it too big.
Or maybe Tracker Jack is onto something. Exactly. It was too big to move.
Yeah.
Perhaps it was
That's what I
a
said. Yeah.
functional part of the quarry to maybe drag smaller pieces up.
Yeah, and they made it too big. And that's an estimate because they dug deep enough just to see. So who knows if it went even deeper.
Mm-hmm.
Or it was standing and it fell off.
Oh, it was, or it could have been standing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a big block of cheese then. We just keep on cutting bits off this big block of cheese. And another bit falls
and then
over.
they make
And
the
another
smaller
bit falls
ones.
over.
Yeah.
And then the quarry goes defunct because no one needs that sort of stone.
But
Maybe.
no matter how you look at it, it's magnificent achievement.
It's beautiful.
Either way. But
I couldn't do that.
as to why it...
Let me ask you guys this. Back then,
Did they say what it was? Like
what the properties of it?
Sandstone, I think.
No, it wasn't sandstone. No, go. Maybe he didn't get there yet.
Yeah. Per what they say, and this is, I'm just posing this question. Were we smart enough back then to do this without technology?
Yeah.
Needs must, devil drives.
But they say we weren't smart enough back then to do this.
I mean, are we going to go and trust the archaeologist?
There's different kinds of smart.
Yeah. I think we're getting...
Yeah.
limestone.
Limestone.
Oh, so it's calcite based. So anything acidic.
Yeah.
Fireworks. Oh, Saren's going to be freaking out.
So,
It wears quickly, doesn't it, limestone?
Yeah, it does.
No, limestone's got
No?
a property where it self-repairs.
Bashing the hell out of it with another bit of lime.
This shit could be...
Oh, no, this gets even fucking deeper. Okay, are we in a position now where we can't even trust our own archaeologists as to what's going on with these megalithic structures?
Well, until they know for sure, everything is speculation.
Well, in Britain, we have this thing known as the wiring regulations, and so such a random tangent. But at the end of the day, we're on the 19th edition, and all that's built out of is the best guess on best practice. So a load of experts will turn up in a room and kind of work out what the new edition of the wiring regulations should be. It used to be that you could do earth and containment. So you could have one earth run to a bar, and then everything you put on that bar, all it has to do is have a ground put to the body of the thing. It's all metal, so therefore it all connects to the earth, and that's earth. And it's just best guess. So I can only assume that in the archaeological realm, it's the same thing. It's a consortium of people getting together and thinking, is that it?
Yeah.
I was
and
looking
until
at
something else is found, they go, we'll go with this for now.
But limestone, according to Google, is commonly found in marine environments, which kind of gets back to our theory on the water, right? That maybe some of the engineering involved in this was assisted by the environment it came from.
That means Lebanon was underwater.
Dr. Sint has the solution on the straight cutting. If you read the comment.
You reckon water?
Yeah, I mean, this is not, we're looking at the environment as it is right now, but if limestone's generally coming from water environment, this is not this isn't a desert in the sense of what we think of a desert. It wasn't.
It says ancient American sculptures and builders would favor limestone because even though it was extremely durable, it was easily cut.
Okay, so Manny said it's ridiculously soft. So
So there we go. So now we're getting some more, if we want to call them facts, so we can call them opinions. Some more reasons why maybe some of this could.
okay,
Not
Lebanon.
saying it wasn't Giants. I love the Giants. Love them.
Was
Thank
it underwater at any point in history? Because there was a mega flood, right? There was a crazy flood that occurred. What was the name of that flood?
The big motherfucking flood.
The big motherfucking flood.
Yeah. Big, beautiful flood.
So,
Sorry.
if we were to think about the biblical things of the great flood and the ark and all that bullshit, and then we're to take into account that there was a big flood, wouldn't that mean that our assumptions on the ground level of when these things were built would be wrong? So therefore it might be deeper, it might be taller. So we might be, back to where we were pre-big flood.
But I don't think this would have been able to be built underwater if it was made out of limestone.
No. My point being is just that if you've got something a bit further, I'm just thinking about the position of how it ended up where it is instead of it being straight up.
Yeah.
Maybe it was actually originally taller, and they meant to put it into a hole and gave up halfway or something.
Yeah.
'Cause to be
No, I
fair-
was just saying that because I think one of our theories was it was built underwater.
Right.
But if it's
Well,
limestone,
I mean-
you can't.
It literally is saying limestone is often formed from the accumulation of marine organisms like coral, algae, and shellfish, which deposit calcium carbonate on the sea floor. So that's my only point on that.
Yeah,
It
but
was-
remember that large masses were pushed up as well. So although it was made underwater at some point, at the bottom of the sea, and then when the get different tectonic plates moving, stuff like that, and it gets squashed, and large masses of Earth's crust get pushed up out of the water completely. Think about like Australia breaking away from Asia,
Splitter.
the tidal wave that caused.
Yeah, but that's like gradually over time, though, wasn't it? It wasn't a slip.
Can you find us some information?
It said 98 million years ago, Lebanon was beneath the sea. A thriving 98 million
See,
years ago.
that's not
A
even.
thriving marine world teeming with life as the Earth's plates shifted and collided. Majestic mountains rose, encapsulating a rich underwater ecosystem within a small village in Lebanon named Hakil.
But see, that's mind blowing right there. But I know that's getting beside the point.
Yeah, but when I said
Right.
it, you didn't believe me.
But 98 million years ago, kid, Jesus, for fuck's
98
sake.
million years.
Yeah,
No,
but that's
that
why it
don't
was
count,
under the
sorry.
sea, and then later it fucking wasn't.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, the
But
Cambrian
this-
explosion.
But this structure
Yeah.
wasn't built under the sea.
But I guess this is kind of along the same thing. These could have been some brilliant people that just got killed in a flood, right? And that was the end of it,
Yeah.
right? And then slowly, just that was it.
Yeah, but if you've got like a group of people and you get one guy who's like an Einstein of his time, right? And he goes, "Here, look, we can do this shit. If we do this, this, and this," and they'll go, "Oh, okay.
Right.
I'll
we just need
show you
muscle.
what to do." And they achieve something that, as far as the rest of the people on the planet are going, "How the fuck did they do that?"
right.
And that's
like
then. So we're gonna do it now as well.
I would think it would have picked up and they would have evolved already with some other machinery.
not if they're all dead.
No, not if they get wiped out,
true.
mate.
Yeah,
Not if some invading
true.
force comes over the hill and goes, "Right, we're fucking you lot up."
a massive
and all the knowledge
plague of
dies
some
with them.
sort
Right.
infected all of them and killed them all.
That goes back to the whole thing: was Atlantis the real place or not? The city of Atlantis, which they say was like modern civilization. Another,
which had like a crazy technology base.
yeah, which had a crazy technology.
It's like my nan
crazy-
used to say, because she spent far too much time thinking on her own next to the fire. She goes, think about all the possible composers, directors, artists, musicians who died in the Second World War before they ever got a chance to actually show their wares.
Mm-hmm.
What we might have had now
Mm-hmm.
if the Second World War had never happened.
And besides that, also think of the huge leap that we have done in evolving at least our technology.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Last 50 years, we have exponentially
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Technology
Advanced.
and medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So if someone was that smart
but I-
back then, that shit would have took off.
But
like
I ask you this, J.A., like, why would it explode then? Like, out of all times to explode, the whole
technology age.
right, the machine industry.
We went from
Why then and not earlier?
right
Does that suggest that there was something occurred?
some help.
A new alloy discovered? A new blueprint document?
I think I can answer that.
Hmm.
When you get a new synth, do you not get an explosion of inspiration? You realise that, oh shit, you can do this, 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 and this. So, like, if we
Funny enough, it's a byproduct of war as well. Because
Yeah.
suddenly money, time, and effort is put into developing shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get inventions come out of that. And then after said war is over, you have advanced. I mean, we went into the war.
I mean, how many
literally
wars have we had?
not
though?
far off, throwing rocks out at each other. And at the end of the war, we have atomic bombs.
Look at the
And we're
planes.
talking 5 years.
But this explosion just
I
came
get what
out
my
of
brother is saying. We went through fucking thousands of years at this like stale
this explosion
progression,
just came
and then
out of
within the last, like J.A. saying, 50 to 100 years, we have really skyrocketed.
really
Well, the
phenomenal
more you
rate.
learn, the more you can do, the more you
Okay,
can
but
discover.
I think you're kind of missing what we're saying.
Yeah,
It's just like
how fast,
how fast it came, like the acute onset. I get
right? Hundreds and hundreds of years we've been
rap-
living the same way.
Right,
But
right.
now we've completely changed from 100 years to like
50.
60 years. It's changing so fast. There's nothing in history that even equates to how fast,
fast shit
it's
is
going
moving
now.
now.
We're
Yeah.
missing a very important
That we know of.
point here.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy Rabbit said, "Can we check the Ring camera from 98 million years ago?"
Fuck knows what was around 98.
And then he said, if there was some higher intelligence, why didn't they record it on video and drop a tape on the ground? That's what I'm saying, Rabbit. You know why they didn't do that? So we can have this moment in time right now.
They saved it
98
to the wrong flash
million
drive.
years
Yeah,
later.
pure discussion. And why would they put limestone on the top of the pyramids? Is limestone highly conductive or something?
It's just very easily.
Is
you
it
can
for
work with
aesthetics?
it very easily.
No, but they like painted limestone on the very tip of the pyramids. It used to all be covered in limestone. All of it. It was plastered in limestone.
Quartz is electroconductive. In fact, actually, the reason why we have timers in things like clocks and things like that is because quartz vibrates at a certain frequency. And although it vibrates, it also emits a small electric charge, and you can actually use it to time things. That's why when you buy two clocks from the same place, they're never quite the same. Especially a quartz clock. One will run slightly faster than the other because it's got a slightly different frequency. But quartz also is born out of, if I remember correctly, limestone.
There you go.
So there is some electrical conductivity properties in it.
So, okay, so now why would they cover the entire pyramid in limestone? It was covered from top to bottom. Now that might have been a brilliant white. You might be right about that.
Well, if you look at the
Easy to work with,
impressions of what it was when it was fully covered, it was much smoother and it looked fucking beautiful.
Right.
So maybe it was just an aesthetic.
An aesthetic thing.
Yeah.
Or I'd just speaking from my ancestors here.
Go.
Let's just think. How do we fuck with my ancestors?
How do we really get them talking?
Yeah.
Painting all this conductive.
They'll be fighting over this for years, mate.
Yeah.
It'd be such a giggle.
Here's my thing: the pyramids were built so well, and they lasted this long in the sands of time. How come we didn't take anything that they've built and done the same thing, knowing that whatever they built, the pyramids, we should probably do something like that so it doesn't crumble and fucking fall away.
I mean, it survived earthquakes and numerous of floods and
why are we building
sandstorms
buildings?
If there's a proven way to build
ones in South America, didn't they?
They did, but
and they didn't even know each other. But yet there's this common blueprint to build a pyramid.
And supposedly there was no boats. No one was traveling from continent to continent. That wasn't happening yet.
Well, we don't build the same.
There is a theory. There is a theory saying that all the pyramids around the world are electricity conductors.
Yeah, that's
so
what I was
there was
getting
like
at.
a Wi-Fi style electric grid for everyone,
like the Baghdad battery.
Yeah,
yes, like a Baghdad battery. Can you pull up the Baghdad battery, please?
I can get on board with that. I can get on board with all these pyramids.
The Baghdad battery suggests that what JA is saying, I believe there had to been some sort of
Wi-Fi.
What did Tesla call that when it was uncontrolled and it was in this?
It would be microwave power. Tesla was working with microwaves.
Okay, so he couldn't do it because it was just random. It would randomly hit people, right, and shock people to death. So he couldn't.
No, he
free energy.
He ran out of money.
Yes, because his main sponsor was, I don't recall the American name now.
His benefactor?
It was the guy, a manufacturer that was manufacturing electric cables.
Edison?
No,
General
it was
Electric?
like Morgan or something. The name still exists.
Morgan and Chase?
Does it look like a little vase?
Yeah,
Like
the
a
Baghdad battery. Yeah,
I think I have a quick.
It was found in the pyramids.
Quick video.
love the Baghdad battery.
Because they say how did they work in the pyramids when it was so dark? Right, when they erected it,
right.
They had to have some sort of light. They couldn't use fire because it would die out and it would leave the walls with soot, and they couldn't do their art.
Not enough oxygen,
so they would need a way to have light.
Hang on one second.
Enigma for you. The fascinating enigma for you. The Baghdad battery. This peculiar artifact was unearthed near Baghdad, Iraq in 1936 and has been dated back to 250 BC. Its appearance is strikingly similar to that of a battery, but could it truly have functioned as one? Both the popular television show Mythbusters and scientist Arne Eggebrecht conducted experiments to see if these supposed batteries could indeed generate electricity. Astonishingly, they did. Although the amount of electricity produced was minimal, it would have been sufficient to illuminate a light bulb. This discovery raises intriguing questions about the Dendera light bulb, a hieroglyph found in the same temple that houses one of the oldest star maps, the very map our zodiac cycle is based on. The hieroglyph appears to depict a light bulb. Could it be possible that the ancients not only had knowledge of electricity, but also utilized it? However, skeptics argue that the artifact is approximately 700 years younger than claimed and was used to protect papyruses. While this theory seems plausible, it's worth noting that the same author also claimed that building the pyramids of Egypt would be an easy task. To add to the mystery, during the US invasion in 2003, the Baghdad battery was stolen from a museum. Its current whereabouts are unknown. As one of Iraq's most famous artifacts, it's likely now in the possession of an extremely wealthy individual. So, who do you think has it? The mystery continues.
That's so crazy. I can't believe they stole it.
Wipe away the knowledge.
Wipe away, and that's what's been happening. Like
wipe away the knowledge.
Take
we don't
the knowledge.
Want anyone to know how we doing.
And I find it odd that the Smithsonian went from private to government owned, And there's some things that will never be seen by humans. They don't want certain people to see certain items that they have in the Smithsonian. Now, why would you do that?
Smithsonian.
Why would you not want people to see certain artifacts?
Yeah.
That
Control, mate.
Okay, but
what
what are they?
If you got shit going on,
Right.
1,000 years ago or whatever, 2,000 years ago, that's puts everything into doubt and stuff like that. It makes religion look even more ridiculous. And if they lose religion, they lose control. So they hide the shit from you.
So the Dogon tribe, which is one of the oldest tribes in the world, it's in Africa. And they believe in the Anunnaki?
Yeah.
The Anunnaki space gods, right? They came down, they created humans, they used us for mining gold because their planet Nibiru needed the properties, the minerals to help
reject the sun
to save their dying planet. Now and the Dogon tribe was this very primitive tribe. They weren't scientists, but they
detected the star system Sirius B.
Because for them, what would they know about a star system Sirius B?
And you can't even see that fucking far.
Right.
It doesn't even show. I think the person who saw it first was like Galileo or something. He had a telescope.
And then, but back then they have drawings of this star system that fits the depiction.
Pull up the Dogon tribe.
And to say that and this is where I'm half in and half out. Like, how do we know that there wasn't an ancient race? I don't know where they're from, different planet. Who knows? None of us can say either, that has not come down and has probably shared some sort of technology. And then
We could have been a fueling station.
And that race of humans died off, which hence lost our technology. But yet there's still resemblances, like telltale
If you've got a
markers of
spacefaring
these things.
race, this would be a good place to be a fueling station.
A fueling station or a zoo. Kent.
Well,
like
if
maybe
it
drop
is,
off.
it's like they had an ant farm and they lost interest in it.
Like kids.
Sure as hell haven't been back.
Or a zoo. Like if this is a zoo and they just drop shit off in the water that just has no rhyme or reason. I mean, look at the ocean and how much we don't know. This would fit a fucking, like the idea of a zoo in the corner of multiple galaxies where you would harbor a bunch of biology.
We could be an aquarium to someone's living room.
Oh, yeah.
Now, there seemed to be a lot of possibility to a lot of this about, being visited from an alien race and all the rest of it.
What if I told you
and
a
then
group of
Von
people...
Däniken fucked it all up by lying about it and discrediting it by trying to be clever.
But could you let's play this first.
in Africa
Before you play,
about a distant star.
The story of Anunnaki has a lot of similarities with the ancient Greek story, mythology. I mean, there were the giants, then there were the titans, and then there was the Olympian 12 gods. The story is that all of these, first of all, I think it was Uranus, then it was Kronos, and then it was Zeus. So all of these phases were actually expeditions sent from Sirius to try experiment of creating life in Earth. So Uranus did the giants, which they failed. Then the next expedition was Kronos. Kronos created the titans. That expedition failed as well. And the last one was Zeus that created the humans. And the humans were a successful experiment. And that's why they say that the Zeus was the god of gods and the rest of the 12 god system that we had as ancient Greeks. That's a theory. It's a bit similar with the Anunnaki theory.
Right. And that's similar with the Dogon tribe. They believe we came from Sirius B, and the god there was the Nomo, who was a water god. Go ahead and play this.
What if I told you a group of people in Africa knew about a distant star before modern science discovered it? How did they do it? What else do they know that is still a mystery? Stay tuned.
Africa Scope.
The Dogon people of Mali have been a source of intrigue for decades. From their knowledge of astronomy to their ancient rituals, they have baffled historians and scientists alike. Today we are uncovering some of the most mysterious aspects of their culture that have remained hidden for centuries. Stick around because what you're about to learn will challenge everything you thought you knew about African civilizations. The Dogon are famous for their knowledge of the star system of Sirius, an ancient and distant star. But here's the kicker. Before telescopes were even invented, they described the star named Sirius B, a companion star to Sirius A, which is invisible to the naked eye and only discovered in the 19th century. How could they have known about a star that could only be seen with a telescope? What other secrets are hidden within their culture? The Dogons say they received this knowledge from visitors from the sky, beings known as Nomo. But who were these visitors? Did they really come from space, or is there something more to the story? Today we'll take a deep dive into the fascinating and often puzzling beliefs and practices of the Dogon people. The Dogon people aren't just known for their astronomical wisdom. Their society is built around a complex system of rituals and methodology that's incredibly difficult to decode. Their architecture, for example, isn't just for shelter. It's a reflection of their spiritual beliefs, their connection to the earth and the stars. And their sacred mask dances, these aren't just performances. They are believed to represent the ancestors coming to life in a symbolic form. It's almost like the Dogon hold a key to understanding the very fabric of human spirituality and the cosmos. But here's the real twist. Despite all of their ancient knowledge, the Dogons still maintain a way of life that's deeply traditional and connected to their land. What's the real purpose of holding on to these ancient ways in the modern world? As much as we know, the Dogon are still shrouded in mystery. Many of their stories and traditions are kept secrets, even from outsiders. Their complex symbolism and ancient rites often confuse or defy even the most trained anthropologists. But here's the thing, the more we try to solve the puzzle of the Dogon, the more we realize that perhaps the real lesson they have for us isn't just about revealing their secrets, but about keeping them. What we do know for sure is that the Dogon people have preserved a culture that's both ancient and timeless, mysterious and profound. And maybe, just maybe, the mystery is what makes their way of life so powerful and enduring. The story of the Dogon is just one example of the untold mysteries of Africa, and there's so much more to uncover. If you want to dive into deeper...
That is just mind-boggling to me. And they have a festival that happens every 60 years. So every lineage can experience this festival that is called the Siggy Festival. They do it every 60 years, and it celebrates the star system Sirius B, in which they say we came from. And the spaceships that came down were in shapes of triangles with eyes in the middle. And if you think about it, it was probably the shape of a triangle, and that eye could have been its thruster or its propulsion. And it gave them knowledge on how to plant, how to grow certain properties, who they were. They were called the Nomos, which were actually twins, and they were water gods. And they only gave the information to the oldest or the eldest member of the tribe, and they dubbed him the Hogan. And that information is not to be shared no matter what. Currently today, the Dogon tribe are under an extreme suppression, and they're at war right now, where they're trying to bring in firearms to the Dogon people to protect themselves from land raiders and other Africans who are hell-bent on trying to erase their history, erase their art, blow up the town so no one can see exactly what dogma or what culture they are. They're one of the only tribes that refuse to turn modern, and they're trying to eradicate them. Now, when scientists went there to find out how they knew that star system was there, and not only did they know that star system was there, they knew about certain moons around the area that you can't even see on telescopes until just recently. And how do we just dismiss it and throw the baby out with the bathwater when we hear stories like this?
Why do they always say throw the baby out? Shit, keep it. Throw the bathwater.
Right. That it's just something strange going on that either the hires don't want us to know about, or it's probably so detrimental it may fracture our ideation of who we are and what this reality is really based on. That's my opinion, at least.
I like this one. To me, it carries more credibility than the Sky Daddy.
I agree.
Right.
Yeah, he said the
Sky
Sky Daddy.
Yeah.
Daddy, don't leave me.
Yeah, Daddy. Although he did. Damn
He
him.
did,
But
yeah.
there we go. Sirius B, in the grand scheme of things, is fucking next door. When you think about it.
Right.
And it's the same with so many different other things as well. Like we had this, the Big Bang Theory, and now the Big Bang Theory is in question because of the new was it the James whatnot telescope?
James Webb
telescope is coming back now with evidence that suggests that the universe that we know of doesn't go on forever. It does kind of finish, and we're not in it anymore. We're actually in the event horizon of an enormous black hole,
right?
And all this sort of thing. So we keep finding out things, and then whatever the beliefs were before, we'd either change or our I'm trying to think of the bloody word.
Can't you know what that means if we are
Turn up, Apollo. We could barely hear you.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
You know what that means if we are in a black hole, guys. You know what that means, right? That means that the Earth and the universe, or at least immediate, universe, has gone through the event horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, what that means is, it means intellectually and spiritually things that us normal people can't even comprehend.
Yeah.
And if we're in this inflection, like they're saying, because that's crazy to me when they said that. When they say that, Kent, like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I mean, they're saying that we went past the event horizon, and we are in this thing. So now, this would explain why the enlightened spiritualness, sixth sense, things like that, are happening more often. It might not just be bleeding from the internet and what we see and do and taste every day. It might be something else.
Yeah.
So, okay, Apollo, would you agree we're entering more of an esoteric phase in life, that the truth is just slowly going to be shown to us regardless of the gatekeepers, regardless of us having to trust scientists, archaeologists, our government? Like, is this something that's just going to be downloaded to people regardless?
I think that the silk is still pulled over all of our eyes. So I'm optimistic that that's what's going to happen. That the truth will set us free. But as human beings and where we are and the prison system and crime and just like you guys, I spent time in Central LA growing up. So what I've seen from people, even in team sports, organized sports, running a business, my customers, I just don't think that human beings are there yet.
Yeah.
Oh God, no, we've got a long way to go.
John Alchemy, I'm gonna ask you this question. What can come from our governments keeping us from knowing things that are in government protected museums, keep us from knowing what's in certain rooms in the pyramids, keep us from knowing what's in certain portions of the Grand Canyon. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, you can't travel to certain portions of the Grand Canyon, and it's kill on sight. And these are places all over the world where they just don't want you to know this information. So, John, what could you think of for these people not to share this information? What's so wrong with it?
Well, if you ask me, I believe everything is made for control. If you check our history, religions, crusades, wars, everything has happened for controlling the masses. Yeah. So if you find something radical that is questioning the history as we know it, people will come out and how is the word?
Would it be the end of the world, John? Would it be mass hysteria?
Not mass hysteria, but people will start questioning how the system works. So the people that are in control will lose that control. Mm-hmm. So they keep these as secrets. It's not.
There's a hierarchy. That's for sure.
But why create the conspiracy theories? Period. Why put us all in the state of
control? It's control, bro.
No.
Money.
Yeah. Because control is money. They walk hand in hand.
So you're saying if the people knew the truth about what's been hidden from us, there would be a lack of control.
Yes, because
it would be a revolution.
But what is being used to control us would then become pointless, and it wouldn't mean anything.
That's a thing, you know. That's kind of like what Reagan was saying with the aliens in the 80s, you know, is that we would all set aside our differences if aliens came out of the sky and started shooting laser beams at us.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You know, so that's that thing. However, that's where the human psyche is, guys. I hate to say it, man. Yeah. I hate to say it, but it's going to take something really extreme
I've always
to bring
said that.
us all together, and it could destroy mankind when it happens.
Yeah.
Who was the gypsy lady? I know her name. I think her name was Baba Vaga, and she's been known to make these predictions. And she said for 2020, and a lot of them have come true. Like, it's like no shit. You can look them up. A lot of them came true. But she says the year 2025 is when the Earth goes to this cycle, and this extraterrestrial race at some point in this year will make its presence. She has a pretty good track record. I haven't seen it. Well, we all obviously haven't seen it come to fruition yet, but the government is slowly drip feeding all these now UFO videos.
Yeah.
I mean, right on the precipice of a nuclear war as well.
Right. Yeah.
That could all be bait and switch. You know, like that's all. Even Kent, being our elder in the room, it's been going on our whole life, no matter what country. There's always a bait and switch in the media. There's always, you know, something's happening that's important, and then we're going to do something over here to distract you. And you know, I've done a lot of research on this, guys, and you know, you can go back 60 years ago and look at film, and they were doing it.
Right.
Now it's got crazy. Now it's just like 2 sides, 3 sides against, you know. There's like an independent side that, well, I don't want to get into politics, but there's 3 sides. It's like a triangle, and that's what that's what our destiny is. Like, you know, Zelda the Triforce, right? So there's 3 sides. Now, the reason why the United States only has a 2-party system is because if you had a 3-party system, they look at it like the obelisk. So you got 2 obelisks, and they both are falling over, right? But they're supporting each other like a top of a triangle.
Right.
If you were to put a 3rd one on the side, what would happen?
It'd stabilize.
It would just knock all of them over.
Yeah.
So you can't have a 3rd-party system, but mathematically you can have a 4th-party system. And this goes for every country in the world if you have democracy. So you're supposed to have a party system, and that way all four corners can support each other. This is like some Thomas Jefferson shit.
Yeah.
Rabbit's got a point. We've come to a point now, even if the truth came out, would the people believe it? Even if we were fed the 100 exact truth, I'm going to throw something out there. Let's just say the Dogon was right. We were dropped off here by alien race, and the government just said, you know what, the gig is up. We can't contain it anymore. This is your truth. This is the truth about human civilization. Would the people now believe it?
Will we even recognize
it?
Well, I'm having a look at history.co.uk, which is a reputable site run by Sky, and we all watch TV from Sky. It's not some mad people just writing shit. And just looking at the Baba Vanga predictions, Baba Yaga, Baba Vanga, whatever you want to call it. War in Europe is the first one. The second one is human telepathy becomes reality, which was Elon Musk's just recent venture into that psychosomatic electrical product that he's just saying. Someone's managed to make a photo, and it's a fucking hilarious photo that he's made. But someone made a photo of their brain, and human telepathy becomes reality. The third one is Lewis Hamilton wins historic 8th world championship with Ferrari. The fourth one is aliens make contact during a major sporting event. The fifth one is human organs grown in labs, extending life expectancy for millions. And then the final one is a mysterious new energy source is discovered.
Of course, it has to, right, Panda? You have to get the energy in there because you can't get any of this other stuff you talked about without the energy.
But I mean,
one of them does kind of go against the other, though.
Yeah,
but does it
I
seem
suppose it
far
depends
off?
on the timing, I suppose, doesn't it?
But the timing. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, because I mean, it's going to be hard for Lewis Hamilton to win a Formula One championship in Europe while there's a war going on.
Here's the thing, though.
So he must get it first.
Okay, but the UFO card is a highly big card. This is the card
at a sporting event. That's right. That's like. Maybe
proof in the pudding.
This is why they're going to release the UFO files, is because it's already scheduled. It's already on the docket.
Right.
Apollo. But hear me out. In the year 2017, when the Pentagon all of a sudden went from, UFOs is bullshit. People are they're tinfoil hats. They're crazy. Now, let's let out our redacted and top classified documents about UFOs and the Nimitz.
And let's just say, okay, yeah, we're studying this. Why the big change?
And then throughout the years,
there was a couple things. I think there was a couple things that's happened in the last 15 years. So I think maybe 16 years ago. I think the Phoenix Lights was really big.
Oh, that was a huge thing.
Yeah.
So with that happening, you have all the disclosure from. And then there was a dogfight. When was it, boys? Like 2019 or something? There was a dogfight.
Remember
the Foo
that?
Fighters.
Yeah. No, 2019.
Oh, 2000.
And both pilots from both aircrafts, they released it, and they all both got court-martialed for it.
Right. Yeah.
And that's how we saw the footage.
Right.
So the RAF, because with that I don't know as much about military releasing, has always been they have to keep things militarily secret for 40 years, is it, from memory? But they have to release it after the 40 years is up, and so now we're getting the 80s. But there is obviously the people who
we still haven't got explained why the guy that was sitting in the front seat of the Lincoln taking the president and his wife down whatever Central Avenue in Dallas, Texas, and and the original scene, you watch this guy turn around with his pistol and shoot the president right in the face. I mean, that footage has been out there and suppressed and then out again and then suppressed and then out again and then suppressed.
Right.
I mean, Lee Harvey Oswald was to some people a visionary, so therefore you've got to suppress
Well,
it.
you would have to be a fucking straight god to get 2 shots off
Right.
from that distance with that speed traveling.
Right.
You would have to be the best
Crack shot sniper.
iron sight sniper
Right.
to ever live. I mean, we're talking Red Baron with his 18 kills in World War One. Oh no, this blows that shit away.
Right.
Right.
But also what Sam was saying too, Rendlesham Air Force Base had one of the largest UFO sightings
Yep.
with with military, not with civilians.
Yeah.
Military, and they went and called generals who were supposedly at a party or something. Sam, if you remember this story, who were actually sending high commanders
To go in the trees and look at it.
to the base, and they have the pictures. One of them actually said he touched it.
He has an audio recording of him describing it too.
Right then they're on site. They were recording it through audio recorder. They were explaining it. And they even brought this to the House here into the U.S., the Congress, or there was a House press meeting, the largest ever.
Yep.
And you know what overshadowed all of the House press meeting? 9/11.
Yep.
9/11 happened the next day after this press briefing, and it completely put all of it in the back seat.
Dude, and not only that, but psychologically for the American people, that was crazy psychologically for the American people.
Look, it changed a lot. It changed the way we fly. It changed our.
I can hear my nan. I can hear my nan
right.
now. Why is it always the fucking Americans then? Why do they always see it over an American base? They never see it over a French air base, do they?
Yep.
Never
Oh,
see
they
it
do.
over a Latin.
They do.
They're all
That's
over
the thing.
China,
But
Russia.
For her,
China.
she,
I
like
think-
she
I
had
think
this thing
the
about
world-
America. She went through the Second World War with them in the town, so she never forgave them.
So there's reported around the Mach Loop. The Mach Loop is a very special place for the RAF because that's where they test all their aircraft.
Yeah.
And it's a big place for a plane enthusiast as well, because you can actually stand above where the planes fly. But there was a thing in the Mach Loop in, I want to say 2017, where 2 Eurofighters broke formation because they had to deal with something. And the thing that they had to deal with was an unidentified flying object. Now, they broke off and they were somewhere over, bearing in mind you can go from Leeds to Manchester in about 2.5 minutes with full afterburners. They were somewhere over, I want to say Bangor. It's about right, yeah. Somewhere around there anyway. You know, that little bit of Wales that's a little bit detached. Is it Holyhead or something like
Holyhead,
that?
yeah.
Yeah. Around they shot off and went straight up there, and you know, people were watching it on the flight directories and things like that. And then the next day, all the information that was on the flight directories and things deleted instantly. And someone reported that they was engaging a UFO, upon which both pilots arrived back home safely. But the one thing they were saying is it follows a certain pattern of what other RAF pilots around that area have been seeing, which is a cigar-shaped thing which can move in a really erratic way, which we can't quite describe. Now, it's the can't quite describe thing, which implies a level of science that we don't quite know.
Understand.
Yeah.
Amuamua.
Amuamua
is another one.
Fuck.
Yeah.
They're still perplexed by that interstellar thing.
And it picked up speed as it took off, right, J.A.? Like, didn't it come in at a certain speed and it gradually got faster?
Yep.
And it bent like a 45-degree angle, didn't it, John?
Yep.
Yeah, I did.
Even I've seen things out the back here.
No
that I'm
shit.
going, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Because when I lay in bed, you can look out the window and you got the whole vista out there. And I've seen things where you go, what the fuck is that? Now, Heathrow Airport is just here, right? There's always planes in the sky.
Yeah, you know what a plane looks like.
Yeah. And they tend to have, you know, flashing lights, you know, on the ends of the wings and the tail, right? And stuff like that. And there'll be a noise. It's, you know, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. all you're going to hear is the aircraft, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen things out there, and there's no noise. And, you know, 1 minute it's there, next minute it's fucked off.
Yeah,
you know?
I believe it, man. I've seen some
Okay,
shit.
so this
You
question...
weird stuff in the sky
This
all the
question
time.
is for everybody here right now. Is it possible that there could be something visiting this planet?
Oh, fuck yeah, fuck it. Why not? I'll throw myself into that. It is. Oh, hello, who's having a rave? Anyway, it is ignorant to assume that we are the only life out there in this whole.
It ain't even
universe.
ignorant. It's absolutely. I can't even say the word no more because it's not politically correct. It's that.
I would only say it is improbable that they have achieved interstellar flight. I would never say it's impossible.
It's like this. Hey, dummy, every one of those points of light you see up in the sky at night is a solar system, stupid.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, see, the other thing is, if you had, for argument's sake, a civilization takes hold on a planet somewhere, and they go, oh, well, how are they going to fly to us? How beat the speed of light? Dude, it depends on how long ago they started developing. We can look back over, say, 4,000 years or so, and we go, yeah, we've come from banging rocks together till today. They could have started like 2 billion years ago.
I mean, and then
Fuck knows how advanced they've become. Coming here, judging by, let's use our solar system as an average. We've got 2-3 gas giants. We've got a poor little snowball right on the end. It's not a planet anymore because we go, no, you can fuck off. You're just a fucking snowball.
They're saying it might have been a planet now.
Yeah.
It just got,
but we like to categorize things, and you go, oh, sorry, Pluto, you don't fit the category anymore.
See, that's the thing about it too, is because, I mean, well, they did it before I was in school, right, Kent? They were doing it to you about Pluto before they actually said Pluto wasn't a planet. When I was in school, I was like in high school or something, or maybe college, and they were like, Pluto's not a planet no more.
Yeah. Yeah. But they said there was the possibility of life on Venus up until the Russians landed on it with that probe, didn't they?
Yeah.
And they go, ooh, I don't know. It's a bit hot, isn't it?
My question is this. Even with all the double talk that they do, for Mars being even close to us, even though it's close, besides it being close to us, being so dead and decimate, why is Mars what we would pick?
Because we can kind of land on that. You can't land on
why wouldn't you
Venus,
pick the moon?
Because Venus is technically closer
Why
to
wouldn't
us.
you pick the moon?
Because we've been there and we've gone, oh, it's just a fucking dust
I'm
ball.
talking
There's
about
nothing here of
people.
value.
I'm talking about people. Well, I mean,
Like a moon base?
yeah, it still hits the sun. The sun still hits it. It has no atmosphere.
Wouldn't it make sense, Kent, or anybody, to put a base on the moon just to fire off rockets?
It would make a great staging area. I believe
Why don't
China fancy
It's weird.
this idea of having a staging area on the moon. From what I gather, America would rather go straight to Mars.
Can we ask John why we don't have a moon base on the moon?
John, why? Or is there already one on the moon?
Well, okay, do you know a channel called The Y-Files on YouTube?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Love that.
I really love that channel as well.
Very nice.
So this guy is questioning if we have ever set on our foot on the moon. I tend to believe that we might have, but not when they told us that we did.
Exactly. That's what I believe too. I believe we've been there, but not in 1968.
Yeah, because they supposedly never really stopped the Apollo missions. They just stopped letting the people know.
Keep my name out your mouth. Listen.
Yeah, I'm just saying. They never stopped the Apollo missions. They just stopped airing and stopped giving news on the Apollo missions.
Once you get a high school and a college degree and you understand math and molecular structures and how things work in the universe, the dead giveaway is this. How they get that fucking car in the lunar module?
Strip it so it's right.
Seriously, guys. How do they get the fucking car in the lunar module?
Does anyone know how they...
But was it a lunar module they dropped the car off?
Or was it packed separate?
On the bottom, so it couldn't be tandem. So if we did it today, the car would have to be on. But here, okay, guys, picture a 2-liter bottle. Okay. You guys can all picture a 2-liter bottle, right? Okay, now picture the 2-liter bottle coming apart in 3 parts, right?
Okay.
So 2-liter bottle launches off the ground. First part breaks off.
Propulsion.
The middle of the 2-liter bottle goes, starts to get to escapes our Earth gravitational pull, goes there, right? Using tons of rocket fuel. Tons. Yeah. Okay, now check this out. Now check this shit out. So you're going there. Now, trust me, I want to believe we went to the moon so bad, guys, you don't even understand. But now we've already burnt half of our fuel, and we are not even halfway there yet. Okay, so now we burn another third of our full fuel, so now we only got a third of our fuel left. So we use a third of our fuel to go there, and we jettison that off because it's an empty tank. So now there's just the top of the rocket, so just the cap of the 2-liter bottle.
Okay.
So just the cap of the 2-liter bottle is all that's left on the ship, and it has to rotate around the moon twice, and then land. Yeah. They do the mission. The fucking Jeep comes out. The Jeep comes out of the cap, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
And then this little teeny fucking piece of shit that holds 3 fucking people, 4 people is all it can hold.
It's small too. You can go see this in Ohio, right?
It's teeny. So that thing by itself, without any fuel, flies back from the moon to the Earth. Please.
No, left the rovers. They left them.
Left them? How do they get them in the 2-liter bottle cap?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's a good question. I mean,
so wait, let's dissect what Apollo is saying here. It was one thing to get humans on the moon. Okay, but do you think it would have been beneficial to say on Earth, look how we load this lunar module, this rover, into the module. Look how we're going to disperse it.
People, boys. It held 2 people.
Right.
The size of the brothers right here.
I'm saying I'm just playing the other side. It would have been nice if they said we're not going to use what we put the astronauts in. We're going to put these things jettisoned in a different capsule container so we can perhaps lower the door down and this thing rolls out. But wouldn't that have been as much as big news as landing humans? Like, wouldn't that not have been something televised to say, okay, now we're going to land this doom buggy, which is something that's never been done before. And yet you don't see any footage about that or a lot of news about it.
Well, it's an amazing. And then think about this. You couldn't use it. Hold on. Just me being a stupid amateur glass blower. Listen, glass blowing is one step behind rocket scientist.
Yeah.
Okay. You can't use a combustion engine in space. It won't run. There ain't no oxygen for it. Okay, so you can't bring in a combustion engine up there. So they're saying they had Teslas in 1968?
No.
Okay,
so
now you see how big. Hold on. Now you see how big the batteries are in these electric cars today. Now, how big would the battery be in 1968? My dad was an aerospace engineer in 1968.
Apollo, don't go that far.
A 2 megabyte computer system was the size of 3 1,500 square feet houses for 2 megabytes.
Fuck.
The whole to today's standards, the whole spaceship was the same megabytes as a calculator. And now I'm not talking about that TI-82 we used in high school, boys.
Right.
I'm talking about a calculator for Staples for $5.99.
Yeah.
That's how
Don't
powerful
go
the
that
whole
far.
spaceship
Don't go
was.
that far. I mean,
Go on, Panda.
who believes that if you visit a planet for the first time to send a car on it?
I mean, you got to get around, J.A. Shit.
I want to believe
Yeah,
it,
but-
John. I want to believe it, but I mean,
Yeah.
this is batshit
Yeah.
crazy.
I get what you're saying,
It's
though,
crazy.
J.A. It's crazy. Go ahead, Panda.
So I've got so many things to say how to condense that down, because I've played a game called Kerbal Space Program and also did rocketry as a GCSE and an A level.
Okay.
So I
Nice.
did quite a lot of this shit actually. I
Okay.
was blowing shit up on the moors when I was 14.
Okay, so Sam has the accolades.
Okay,
Let's go.
So let's go, Sam.
Right. So point one I want to argue is that if you want to make your trajectory from body A to body B, what you do is you go to what's known as the periapsis. When you're close to the periapsis and shooting through it, you would burn your rocket engines. Now, rocket engines do burn in space because you carry oxygen with you. It's also known as your oxidizer. Most of the time, it's methane based, but there's always an exotic mixture. Let's just say, just to say that it burns more efficiently in no oxygen atmospheres. Now, you would burn that at the periapsis, and so therefore you are now creating an apoapsis, which is the opposite of a periapsis, and it looks like an egg shape, your orbit, as soon as you start burning. When you start having those off-axis burns, what you can do then is you can use that assist from the Earth, as you are assisting slightly from the Earth as well, and you're coming up through the arc trajectory, and then you basically stop burning when your apoapsis reaches the moon's orbit, upon which some weird science happens and it flips like mad, and then you get captured by the moon's gravity.
Mm-hmm.
The moon's
AKA
gravity will only pull you ever so slightly off around the moon. So
AKA slingshot, right? I mean,
yeah,
Sam,
yeah,
okay.
you would essentially slingshot around the moon if you didn't burn retrograde when you're at the apoapsis of the Earth or the periapsis of the moon. So when you're at the periapsis of the moon, you would turn around using RCS, basically just compressed air pushing you around because you have nothing else to move around. And so you'd flip around and then you'd point the rocket in the wrong direction to Earth, and then you'd burn the other way. And when you burn the other way, you would create a nice little circle that comes around the moon, and your egg shape would slowly form back into a circle. So your periapsis and your apoapsis was the same. So therefore, you have achieved lunar orbit. Although you can achieve lunar orbit with an egg shape, it's just wildly, faster at one end than it is the other. So you need it to be equidistant if you need to pick a landing site. And then finally, the lunar module was put in upright below the actual living compartment of the humans that was in the compartment.
Mm-hmm.
And when it came down, and then when they released it, it would just go and it would fall flat to the floor. Because the moon's 1/6 gravity, you don't have that many forces on Earth, but you don't have as many forces on the car as Earth. So all you have to do is point it forwards. Hence why there's some videos of some sick ass jumps. Because all it needed was a little
propulsion
20
from
watt.
left.
Yeah. It needs about 20 watt, whereas on Earth you'd need 200 watt. Well, it's not quite the maths, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And so therefore the forward momentum wouldn't need as much. Where the lunar modules did actually not work is they didn't account for as much lunar dust getting up into the bearings and things like that. So it had about 20 kilometers of range, maybe 30, before it would be deemed mission impossible.
Okay, and they did all this on the first shot. No hiccups. Everything.
They didn't do it on the first shot. They simulated it like shit in every desert they could. And as much as computer models were 2 megabytes, and this is my final point, the size of a hard drive back in 1972 was, the size of my room right now. the size of a paper ream holding the data that was cycling through was probably about a regular A4 ream. That was it. It's probably about an A4 ream, or maybe a double ream.
Okay.
Probably about that big.
And now my question is, now that we have over 1 million times the technology, how come NASA now says we don't have the technology to go back?
We do have the technology to go back because China
Don't
did it.
say that.
Yeah, I have a clip of a NASA spokesman official. I think he was he holds a chair or something like that. Maybe he misspoke or maybe not, but he was talking like they did not have the tools to go back. And this is straight out of NASA's mouth. I'm not just throwing that shit in there. This is what they're saying.
Tools, yes. Technology, no. So technology, of course, we've got the technology to go back. All we've got to do is resurrect the Saturn V program. Tools, on the other hand, all we've got is low Earth orbit rockets. Soyuz capsules on the back of, thrusters, which are designed just for low Earth orbit and things like that. We don't have enough rocket propulsion systems to have enough delta V, which is the calculated mass of fuel for such meters per second to get to the moon. We have nothing there. And considering Elon keeps on blowing all those fucking heavy rockets up, we've got fuck all. And all of those are like reused rocket. We try and reuse as many rocket propulsions as possible. So we haven't got it. So we don't have the tools, but we do have the technology.
Apollo, you got any rebuttal for that? Where'd Apollo go?
The moon.
Go to the moon.
You got a rebuttal for that, Apollo? You got a rebuttal for anything Sam said?
I had to come back. I just got 6 o'clock at night, man. I ordered a dishwasher. It was supposed to be delivered from Home Depot tomorrow, or yesterday, early. And then they were like, tomorrow at noon. And they just literally showed up here after 6 o'clock.
Now it's on the moon.
Yeah. Well, Sam gave a goddamn, listen to me. I'm no goddamn rocket science. I can only take whatever you guys tell me at face value. And it sounds like Sam just buttoned up a lot of things that, I can't debate him on it. I can't debate him on it.
Because I don't have that knowledge base to debate him on it.
But again, it sounds...
But when he says, when you're on the methane and you're going through there, and, we had to go past 75%, so we had to get 72%. Of the Earth's gravitational pull to get where he's talking about, right? So we're only 20% through the Van Allen solar belt, which he did not mention at all going through that part. Now, the Van Allen solar belt...
It's supposed to be impenetrable, right?
It's super hot, so the friction going through, even if it's a bullet or me or you throwing a golf ball through it, the friction's going to be so hot, it's going to be... close to 100,000, if not more, degrees, because there's no atmosphere or anything to protect from the sun out in space.
Okay, let me introduce you to a wonderful thing called Angel Delight.
Shit.
Now, Ken would know what I'm on about. So, Angel Delight is basically sugar, and sugar can, if you atomize it, so you throw it up in the air over a flame, it will make a huge flame. But when it is tightly compact, it is as flame resistant and heat resistant up to 2,000 degrees Celsius. And we have proven it many a time by using a blue flame, then a white flame, trying to burn this bastard, and it just stays a big black lump.
So was that on board of our lunar capsules?
It was
ceramic. It was
ceramic,
tiles.
but it's based on the same thing. It's closely knit.
10 to 12,000 degrees is what we can withstand, even from now. Like right now, we're getting into like 1600s.
Yeah.
But I have a torch that's 32 million BTUs, and it'll melt through a steel girder for a skyscraper.
Over how long though?
It'll do it pretty quick. It looks like Darth Vader's lightsaber.
Oh, wow.
That's cool. All right. So everything also is over time. So if we can have a material that holds itself out over time, then if you can exceed that time at least, then you have deemed that material to be useful. But if it's, if you're going to go through that belt at, something stupid like Mach 7 and really heat up that bastard and then stay there, you're a dickhead, you're going to blow up. So, yeah.
All right, so, all this incredible intelligence being thrown around for the last half hour or so, from obviously very, very intelligent people, I can only counter by saying I fixed the CS80 with a sewing needle.
Man, you sure did, brother.
Damn.
You sure did.
Talk about ingenuity.
And trust me, if the world ended and we were going to space, we're sorry, Kent, but you'd be the one working on the parts for us.
Why do I get that feeling, man? Why do I get that feeling?
And don't worry, mate, because at the end of the day, I'm just a glorified dimmer switch.
Well, have you ever fixed a horse with cruciate's disease? God damn it.
I'm a 3-pin plug with no fucking fuse in it. So.
He all brings the admirable shit in. He's like, he goes material things you guys are talking about.
Do you know how to stop white line disease at a mashed potato consistency?
Oh, there he goes.
It was something about getting ultraviolet light into the bloodstream. It was a guess.
For a vampire.
What about when horses' teeth grow too much?
When their teeth grow too much?
Yeah, when they start growing out
they
their
have to get them floated.
They have to get them floated, but if they grow too much, it's a death sentence for most of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What do you do for horses? Because there's this horse down the road, man. I'd be looking at him.
Get a vet. And float those teeth.
Got to float them.
Right now, that horse has what they call wolf teeth.
And if they're too long, they got to be pulled.
That's what it looks like to me. They need to pull. Them motherfuckers are about fucking 5 inches long.
Certified death sentence.
Yep. Because they can't grind down and get all the properties from the grass.
So just oat diet for the rest of their lives?
Well, even then, they have to use their molars to grind that shit, right? So if they just eat it, it just goes straight into their body and they shit it out.
Or you can feed them beet pulp, which horses, feeding hay to a horse is new school. Most horses used to eat beet pulp and very dried grass, which if they could find it. But to anyone who's ever owned a horse would know 4 acres of grass is not going to last that horse an entire year. You have to bring in some sort of food source. So when the Romans had horses for their army, it wasn't until Genghis Khan figured out, okay, let me actually put woven hemp and twines and sticks on my horse's feet to get them to last longer in war. The Romans saw that and was like, oh, well, there's a guy named Farius who had an even better idea. I'm going to figure out a way to bend and contort metal and poke holes in it and drive nails through a horse's hoof to make them last even longer. And that's where the word farrier came from.
Interesting.
Yeah, cool.
And now you know. The more you know.
The more you know.
I like today's. I love today's conversation. This is like the foundation of what Symptoms of Reality is. There's no way this is not fun, right? There's no way this is.
No, this is great. I only popped in to say one thing, boys, and that's it. So I'm gonna bounce out here in a second, but not to interrupt you. You guys are shit. Hey,
no, we're not up much longer.
Kent's gone. I was gonna thank him for coming in last night. That meant the world. But is Mama in here still?
She went to go cook.
Okay, she went to go cook.
Yeah.
You guys talking about names? So I don't really feel comfortable about saying my Christian name, even though I should. Because it's cool as shit. But if I was a girl, my parents were going to name me Margaret Mary Kirsten Carey Linton Sari.
Holy shit.
Holy fuck.
Woo! So what's your name now is what I want to... What?
Apollo Hanzo to you bitches.
Right, Apollo Hanzo it is.
Hanzo.
I like that. I like Apollo Hanzo. J.A., it's nice to have you on, man. we actually share a lot of the same beliefs, whether they're conspiracy theories or not. But I do have a sense, you know, we all believe in something more and something greater than us. Mm-hmm. And I don't know how much longer we can be fooled with the shit show. But I'm just glad to know that at least we all think that there is something outside of the fucking box. Mm-hmm. We may not be able to put our fingers on it. We may not have all the answers.
But we know it's not in the box with us.
It's not in the box with us. And every now and then they drop something in the box with us and it fucks up our whole paradigm. So with that being said, I literally implore people, please go to a YouTube channel and watch the telepathy tapes. There would be no way for you to back yourself out as to what's going on with high-functioning, autistic, nonverbal kids. If you have not done this yet, you're doing yourself a disservice, and maybe you're afraid to really find out what this doctor, what this woman who's documenting all this, what they've been through, what they're still going through, and how they're trying to silence these people. But one thing remains to be a fact to me is that these kids are speaking to people's families, their school teachers, and each other with telepathy. And it's happening. It's a thing that once you watch it and once you understand what's going on, it's hard to wrap your head around it. You're going to come up with reasons as to why this is happening, and there's some sort of cheat code about this. But then you'll start to realize that people have backed their lives on this, and it is a real thing. And that's something else that has been predicted, right? Telepathy will be real.
Yeah, and not just that. What he said was...
Can you put the link up, Sam?
Yeah, what he said was factual. But the bigger thing is, for those of you, and I know we have them in here, those of you that are naysayers and refuse to open up your minds up to possibilities because you have some sort of pent-up bias that the world is what you depicted in your mind, and you're entitled to that. But the only way to grow is you have to open yourself up to different ideals and different possibilities,
and let it prove you wrong.
And just let it, and don't fight it. Right? Just open your mind up.
I like what Probe said. Belief isn't knowledge, and that's true. Belief isn't knowledge. Opinions aren't facts. But there are some things that are going to shock us to the core. Right now, it's been suppressed, is what I believe. And a lot of things will be suppressed. Mm-hmm. It's not until we start digging deeper for ourselves. Now, we're going to encounter rabbit holes. We're going to encounter conspiracy theories. Lies.
Misguidance.
But at the same time, if we continue to stay on that path, we're never going to recognize the truth, even if it's right in front of us. So don't stop exploring. Everyone keep having conversations like this, even if you see it on the internet or YouTube.
Yeah, it's super important.
There's a 1%, right? There's a 1% chance what you've seen is the truth, but you will deny it because it doesn't fit your mandate.
Mm-hmm. Nephilim all the way. Nephilim, giants are real.
Yes, we fucking are.
Yeah,
that's right.
And hobbits.
Ken.
Yeah.
And Ken is real.
Yeah. That's an interesting fact for you, if you want. The Titanic had a Olympic-sized swimming pool.
Are you shitting me?
Yeah, I knew it had a swimming pool. I didn't know it was that big.
Damn.
It does.
The stunning fact is, exactly 114 years later, and it hasn't lost a drop of water.
There you go. There you go.
Now that's a well-built swimming pool.
That's hardcore facts,
That's
Ken.
facts right there.
And you can't argue with those facts.
No, you can't.
Hardcore.
Shit.
Well, look, thanks everybody for showing up. Tomorrow we're back again. We were supposed to have an interview, but no one likes to sign up for the interviews.
Wednesday
anymore.
we got a friend coming in. He's a very interesting dude. I love this dude.
Yeah, we have a guy coming in on Wednesday. And said psilocybin podcast is still coming up. We're just waiting for said holistic shaman to provide us with the eye-opening experience,
allegedly
of the world.
Allegedly,
we will then take said alleged substance live on camera.
Allegedly.
And we shall see what we shall see.
Fucking double dog dare you.
We're
on that topic.
Yeah.
I've been recently taking lion's mane.
Oh shit, that's supposed to be really
Oh
good.
yeah.
My focus is fucking laser straight.
Oh, and that's what I hear. See, psilocybin is a beautiful thing. Don't forget, people, when we do this said trip live, allegedly, you're to create a jam that is going to take us on a positive adventure. Do not send us anything dark if we're on said psilocybin. It's not going to get any play. I promise you. That means great.
So you want happy joy time.
Don't call Seb. Don't call Seb.
Yeah, don't call Seb. Seb is
We
fucking
get-
crazy.
You get dark. John, you get dark.
I don't trust his smile
Oh,
at all.
yeah.
But not even Gracie. Not even Gracie is going to be in on this. However, Laughing at Oblivion could definitely be on this submission. Apollo Hanzo is definitely on this submission.
Yeah.
Can I fuck with you?
I'll give you guys a nice ride.
Yeah, give us a ride. What's up, Sam?
I've been playing with subharmonics.
Mm-hmm.
So basically in the sub range and then making weird scent choices of a random semitone above the root note, and it makes you feel different ways.
What?
Yeah. So I did a show. What was it? It was about 2 months ago now, and it was a real horror story one. And I remember someone saying on a drum and bass thing, "Oh, what I did was I took the root note, added 4 semitones, but then I added about just shy of 50 cent off of it, and it made you feel uncomfortable."
Oh wow!
And I went, I'm gonna fucking try that for this shit because I want cunts to feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm not
I don't know if I'll sign up for that. Not on that trip. Not on that trip.
I'm glad you said that because I'm not entertaining anything you said.
Shit. That's crazy.
No, thank you, sir.
Was it uncomfortable or annoying?
To me, I was knowing, so I didn't feel it, but I had everyone come back up to me going, "That felt really fucking uncomfortable."
Yeah, we're going to be under sedation. I don't know. I just don't know.
But then again, they say if you're running from uncomfortability, it's a part of you have to fucking face. So
yeah, but not when there's fucking music making you feel uncomfortable.
Right.
Not when it's a panda as well.
Oh, shit.
Don't give me the visuals neither. I'm going to fucking freak out.
Uncomfortable how?
I would say annoying, Kent.
It's because the sub frequencies they warp in and out. So it's the LFO that's behind it. So the one that's actually there's obviously some maths on the second harmonic, isn't there? But it's the second harmonic that's basically just moving in and out at a point where it's just kind of like really just reverberating in your stomach. And that's the one that you're trying to aim for.
Oh, shit. I don't want to shit myself neither.
Yeah.
No, you're not going to make me shit myself, are you, Sam?
Oh, right. So I'm uncomfortable. Yeah, I get you now. So not like listening to Kylie in your 50s or something like that. It's actually sort of...
No, I listen to Taylor Swift neither.
No, and design is worst.
Oh, okay.
Good God.
All
Okay.
right, we got to get out of here.
Yeah. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
You got to get out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go to bed.
What is it, Sam?
2 in the morning.
10 past 2
Oh, my God.
in the morning.
What time is it, J.A.? What time is it?
4.
4.
He never went to
He
sleep.
wins.
Fuck off.
John wins.
John wins.
Fucking bloke here.
Yeah. I'm always surprised when I see John in at this time. I'm like,
Because you know it's late.
John's
Weekend,
the hard
yeah.
fucker.
Weekend.
John's the hard fucker.
he's either on his
4,
balcony
fuck
smoking
me.
a cigarette or
There we
he's
go.
like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the balcony.
yes, he
There
does.
it is.
sky.
There it is. There it is.
Like my flag. Fuck you.
Oh, shit. But thank you guys for coming in. We'll see you tomorrow, probably around 2 o'clock.
I'm always
Cheers for
wondering
having
when you
me.
come in here.
Yeah. Hey, J.A., it's been nice, man. Are you going live after this, J.A., or you got a live?
No.
Okay.
Not tonight.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you guys make sure you guys check out John Alchemy. You may not know him, but he's from the Hardware Jams family. Sam, can you throw his link up real quick?
All right, and with that said,
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Anytime. Thanks for showing up. Kent, as always, thank you, sir. You are a lifesaver. Sammy, thank you. Apollo, Dave, we appreciate you guys. Everybody in chat, Probes, Cheech. Cheech, you are one word, 2 word,
talkative. Yeah.
Enter, select space bar, send in mofo, and I love it.
Yeah. But I like how you guys are grounded. You keep the channel grounded. Excellent comments from you guys.
Oh, it cleans the colon out, that does.
There you go.
A nice deep D on a CS80.
All right, everyone. Love.
What the do my head in. Best synthesizer ever devised by man.
Thank you, everyone.
I'm only saying that because there's one there, obviously, and I'm the world authority on them. Other than that, oh mate, I'm worried Lily's in the studio. That's never a good thing.
But I'm going to be back the hallway down for calculators.
Who's that? See you later, fruit bat.
See ya.
Later.
Layers.